You guys, babe, put that back here. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, he's cleaning everything around his house. That's not really a good thing.
So, Hope, what's up with those elites?
We seem to be on the same side. Not sure if much else matters.
Uh-huh. And we're sure we want to throw in with them? Because they're very, violence forward.
Hey, don't get a bellyache on me now, Jones. Jules is working on some tech that might help us turn the tide.
Fire, not budging, huh?
Oh,
Like there's so
okay.
many helicopters out there, there's nothing.
Yeah, that's true. Seriously.
Oh, I didn't see a peacock.
Mhm.
Everybody moves. My turn.
You say you didn't see the what?
Go.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's the only way to get my rank up. Cause you always be doing that. Nah, but we gonna play rank too. Nah, it's because again when we play, they don't let you rank up. Nah, we about to play rank. We about to play the other rank though, cause we gotta get 100 kills. Yeah, but don't be hating, man. Man, shit. I ain't no trader, man. I ain't no trader, Joe. I do be trading. I said I do be trading like stocks. Hallelujah. I got 2 kills. I should level up, but I'm only fucking dying in 1 though, so it's bullshit. And this shit gonna be over like next month. We gotta grind the hell out of this shit. You way closer than me. Don't get too full of yourself. I'm just playing. Hey, that's what's up, man. Hey, you're too close. Nah, it's just cause yeah. I mean, if you get to play, I don't be getting to play though. It's all good. Nah, but I be having multiple games. I got multiple games, and I don't even get to play them that much. I only play just enough on the sit tag. They shouldn't have changed this shit, man. They was bullshit when they did that. Right? Right? Where the fuck is this other person? Where the fuck is he go? No! Oh, in the front? What is that? Finish that boy, Dave. Got him. You scared? No, the fuck. No, that's it. You scared? That shit is hilarious. Nah, that's what Lil Pump was saying. Nah, nah, Takashi was like, Mong, 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 Mong. He said, Mong, 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 Mong. And then he was like making a gun noise and shit. And he'd be like, Treyway, fucking Treyway. Yeah, right. Shit.
Why is it surviving? Oh, shit.
Good shit. Good shit, babe. Good shit.
Sorry.
I only got second. I only got second. But still, that's good. All right, man, go back to the lobby. Go back to the lobby.
Yes. See, you do level up right there. What is that?
There's some artist, there's some artist that they put in this game. Yeah, singer. Remember we listened to her music for like 2 seconds. My bad, hold up real quick, 2 seconds there. Oh shit, you ain't in here. You ain't even in the game. You gotta accept the invite, dude.
Can you give me another popsicle before you start it?
Hey, no. What the hell is this black shit on here? Oh, this shit is hilarious. Point that down, it's dangerous. The pallets is. Oh, what, how you say that? Palapa. What you call a popsicle? What you call it? Paleta. That paleta. Damn, what the fuck is that about to do? Alright. It's hilarious. It's from a cartoon. Oh yeah. Good shit.
Hey! Stop that! Okay, okay! This stinks! I had it this way. What's wrong with it? Less cheese. More macaroni. Less macaroni. Cheese. More cheese and macaroni. Oh, perfect. I hate macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, it looks like the only one. It's you, right?
I went to go get his driver's license. I forgot about it.
He didn't have one? Yeah.
He's too cocky.
That's crazy.
All right, today's a big day. We're going to be talking about NVIDIA's earnings here. I did a video last night with a special guest. I'm going to share that video with you here in a moment on a stock that we've been talking about on this channel for weeks that's had a pretty big move. I'm going to share some of that with you, and then I'm going to come back with
Oh, nice. Hallelujah for that.
Before I get into that, I have to talk about Mr. Washington, commander of Wall Street, not commander-in-chief. You know who we're talking about. Some findings came out the other day, and they were very interesting and very amusing, and I got to share it with you. In Q1, he had 3,700 trades, which comes to around 59 trades per day. And I found that number very interesting because I'm a full-time day trader, and I'm trades. And so apparently, Guy in Washington is one of us, a full-time day trader, and I think he's doing better than us. I think that he has officially wrestled that crystal ball away from Nancy Pelosi and is in that number one spot for insider trading. No, I'm just kidding. This is not a political channel. I just thought that that was incredible that he was so active in the markets. I don't understand. I don't know. Fair enough. Somebody can come in. the heat making financial moves. And what does that mean? And I just said Alex Jones and trading today for what he was talking about. I'm not going to say the name on YouTube, which is you can check with the algorithm, so I'm not going to do it. But why I'm sharing it with you is I want you to understand it sends a message of how fastest and easiest man is on Wall Street. The president knows it. Information is required. That's why you guys came and showed up here to hear about stocks that I'm trading that you need to know. Getting in on Wall Street. These are real estate guys. And what we learn is that the real money, you don't got to sit and wait and wait and see outcomes and put in those forward. Wall Street is where the money is. In fact, if you showed up on Wall Street, full-time day traders tell you that the house you have capitalized. You see the house where you're making money and know that this ball, you don't got that insight knowledge, but follow the charts. You move.
To Dirty Ducks over here. Yeah, to the right over there.
That's how good people so in time for the week weekend I got in attendance week back in 2 days now in share a little bit more. Before we get deep into this, I want to ask you my question is, what the chance of the top is the top in for your actual think you might have temporary, right? So we have that I think it can take on a little bit of repositioning. Yes, a little bit of escape.
We need some kills, though. We gotta get 100 kills. Good shit.
So, for example, if we, for instance, see any type we'll say the market sells off for what it is, and we do a fake outbreak, and we get that move, and then we come back to retrace and retest. I think moving is any time for us to continue to game, which is done at 1,000 shares of the close of Tuesday. And what am I planning to short 1,000 shares of Wednesday? Before I get into that, I'm curious to put in trades. We're looking to put in trades. What's something that you just do? I'm keeping an eye on market. Two things. The president had people with him that still is his triple challenge.
You got been down.
Those over indicators that's being given by the market. But aside from those two companies, which would have been which I think was a good move because certain plays, AMD, NVIDIA, Caterpillar, there's several plays that has ran significantly already, whereas Meta, Netflix, Microsoft, for example, actually have not yet. So if you want to be focused into doing that, then better Microsoft game.
Yeah. Yeah, this the Slurp Factory. Or the Slurpy Swamp. But yeah, it's like a Slurp Factory. Oh, some people up here.
To take fits to the downside all throughout the day. But I don't think the move is over. I completely agree that Microsoft, out of all the Mag 7, is on the top of my watch list. I will comment on bullish and bearish flow. For long-term investment and for a swing trade. And to be clear, I will get out of this if it's not profitable. And if
I'm inside this building. But stay down though, because they can see your footsteps. So they're not just running up on you. Stay down so they're not just running up on you by yourself. Like you by yourself.
Right? Why did I do that? Well, it's actually holding the ground that I told you guys to hold. And even though we
I can't believe I missed so many shots. Hey, look out, somebody coming. Reload your gun. Hey, why you not listening? Reload your gun. Reload your guns, make sure your gun reloaded. Look out. He up at the top. Damn it, man. Dave, you just walked out and got popped. It's all good, dude. You gotta be on your P's and Q's, huh?
You gotta be on your
You got us murked. But nah, we still did pretty good. I got 4 kills.
I agree with Chris. Microsoft has been another one. Palantir, I'm in it right now, like you guys are hearing my voice. So I want to quickly go, Chris, to just share a little bit more about your event. And what exactly is it? How long is it? And when is it? Yes, Josh, it is a 2-day event. So Friday, for example, guys, we will have VIP day. That's just a chance for me to love on guys that have been so good to be. We're going to fellowship together. We are going to love on each other, talk style, guys know how we do. And then Saturday, we bring out all the stops. We're going to have all the Larry groups with me Friday and Saturday. Larry Jones will be in the building speaking, and a bunch of other heavy. Speaking of Larry Jones, look who I got on deck today, guys. So, we're going to have a really good time. It's going to have a really good experience. We're going to make sure you guys walk away with a lot of value, but more importantly, with tools that you guys need to continue to further your growth in the market. Our whole goal is to help you guys invest and build up the stock market. Everything we have lined up for you guys for Friday and Saturday is intended to do just that. So, look forward to seeing you guys there, and look forward to seeing your life change. Point period.
Excellent. Hey, what's up, good people? I am excited that this man has invited me to be in a room with you guys. I am so excited. We're just going to just pour out until there's nothing left to pour. I'm looking forward to seeing you be there. Right?
All right, I'm going to leave a link to the details of that in the description of the video. All right, I personally love having Chris as a special guest, and I thought you guys would enjoy seeing him here on the show. I hope that you can check out the event that he's doing here in Dallas. I will not be in attendance. I have other locked-in plans, But he was nice enough to come by and we were able to spend some time together. Let me talk to you today about the movie.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Let's go check that out. I bought that 1,000 shares yesterday at around $134.60. We've seen it run all the way up to $136.07, and now we're back testing what I believe had operated as resistance, and I now believe could operate as support. The next big target up for Palantir is 138, and I'm going to put this video out early so you guys can see that it's moving to a little bit of a liquidity sweep. We have been actively staying above the critical levels that I've given you in the past, 134, 133, and if you are not burnt out on trading or investing in Palantir, I think the opportunity is still at hand. Big win from yesterday to today. We're getting this video early. We're getting the pullback. We've got the news from NVIDIA coming out this afternoon for absolutely new markets. And interestingly, Mr. Washington took a big position in Palantir and even propped it up from the White House. We'll see. NVIDIA, I'll tell you, I traded it in the live session this morning with the stocks with John Training. NVIDIA to the upside, no money, like very positive. Apple to the upside, I made good money shorting IMTC on the first up to around 120. I shorted that and all the way back to 117. I'm going to continue to short IMTC, but I'm going to keep my position size small because I believe that NVIDIA will do well. I think it will give a boost to the market. Big things, and the only thing that matters regarding this week is if the gains that we see today, likely, if we get them, I don't know where we get them, but if we do get them, which I'm expecting we will, is to see those gains stick by Wednesday, Tuesday, and most importantly, Friday. Let's see how it goes. See some blessings. We'll see you guys in the next video. Because there are too many, and most people start their day simply wondering what to trade. That's why I built the friendly stock screen. This is the chart builds process turned into a tool, so you have a clear starting point for the day. Stop scrolling through countless tickers. Quickly narrow.
Yeah, this speed got 6'9" in it. What? Oh no. You got those noodles. Still got some of that chicken too? Still got some of that chicken with those noodles? What happened to that chicken? The one that was in the salad? Yeah, we can put it in noodles. But you don't want that. You ain't never get that other dog, man.
I don't know how to do that by myself. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do it on our next little break.
All right.
Yeah.
So cute. Tongue sahur.
After this game, I have to go get the chocolate bar.
For sure. We're going over here to the freaking steamy stacks. It's over here with the power reactor. Okay, I got 31 kills out of 100. I got 31 kills out of 100. Okay. Yeah, I got that boy. What, I got this. Somebody coming over here. Hey, I'm right here. It's all good. Hey, throw that shit. Yeah, be careful though. No. Yeah, right. Oh, nice. Oh, God. Yeah, I got that teammate. So I could change it to somebody else. Alright. You could become the person you kill. I'm becoming the person I kill, man. I'm undercover. Mm-hmm. You pose as the teammate. Hey, hit those barrels. Let's go. Did somebody shoot? Somebody is shooting. Oh, nice. Where the fuck they shoot from? Got that boy. I think that was it. His partner wasn't alive right now. Yeah. Can't build, fuck. Gotta go to the other side. Oh shit. Where the fuck they shooting from? Look out, man, cause they over there. Oh, they trying to fly over here.
Look, they're coming out. There we go.
Oh, oh shit. Damn it. No! Where you going? Oh, yeah. Let me see your controller. What you want to name this other dog?
Honey. Or Cocoa better. Listen up.
That's so nice. The game. Well, what the fuck does she get the dangerous shit? You can't change the color. You may have put the
Can you let me out the portal?
what? This thing or what? Hey, what up the floor?
That pillow.
Okay. Somebody. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This button kind of tight over here. Yeah. Not talking about the controller.
Oh yeah, that's what I was asking you. I have trouble with it. Changing my guns?
Yeah, it's like somebody broke their shit. Cause this a brand new controller. But maybe if somebody was dropping it. You said what?
Maybe 5 minutes or less.
What?
Maybe it's like 5 more minutes.
Oh, too soon.
I don't know if we should play a game or just I should be on top of it, so I have it ready.
I mean, we could wait if it's only 5 minutes.
Yeah, right? I want to get that done.
So you guys understand. I want you guys to understand. What I do for a living is I stress test our grades. So that means I'm a constitutional officer. And what I do public witness. Now, your job, sir, is not to tell me to go outside. Your job is to correct her and say, yes, I'm not a straight piece. Name the badge number. Name the badge number, sir. What's up, brother?
Ugh.
What's up, brother?
Okay, I'm gonna go check the shop.
Good stuff.
What's up, brother? What's up, brother?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, brother? If I could have What's up, brother? It's about mentality. So for me, every day, going through the grind, doing stuff that sucks every day, not only is it good for me physically, it's even better for me mentally. So to kind of get out of that weekend mentality, training physically has helped me tremendously with my growth. Without, well, it's obvious because I'm fighting. What's up, brother? Shut the fuck up, Marcus. Can you shut the fuck up before I listen to this? Shut the fuck up before I rape you, bitch!
Where are you watching this?
I'm watching the freaking scary movie shit.
You're what?
The scary movie shit.
What is it? Is it all from the video?
Yeah.
Okay, it's time to pee. Are you good? You need a snack?
You talking to me?
Huh?
You talking to me?
Well,
You could be talking to somebody else. Hey, you didn't put the freaking gangster for the. It's supposed to have nuts up there or something, right? What's good, Janelle? 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 What the hell? Oh, yeah. Damn, damn, damn. Because I don't know. I don't know what the market butters do. But I think I know.
I'm surprised you're not studying.
That's what I'm doing right now. Because the market is back open again. I only have till it was while it was closed. I only had while it was closed. If I had just fucking stayed up all night, I would have had like 2K or close to that shit already. That shit whack. But it's all good. Because I was in the right place. And I was up like fucking $200 in the morning. But I could have been up way more than that if I had just held that shit, bro. That shit whack. But it's all good. At least I'm getting better. But I just gotta try. So, yeah.
We're here to discuss the very well known If you're please don't forget to subscribe and of course follow the Instagram today. Okay guys, like this is the video you've been waiting for, so I'm not gonna ramble. I'm just gonna cut to chase. Today, as you can see from the title, we are comparing okay, but I left home because I'm actually with Chef. If you guys know what you
You want to play for a little bit? I think I got 30 minutes to wait and see what happens. I got 30 minutes to wait and see what happens before I get in.
Oh, so you're just giving me your leftover time?
Yeah. What are you doing? Because you're busy with clothes. Because you're busy with clothes. And I want all your time and attention. Yeah.
Are you playing Reload?
Yeah. You want to do the grape one?
No, thank you.
We gotta freaking go to elite. I mean, well, no, top tier training. Top tier training. Who's over there with the grass? Oh shit.
Did you bring me that back?
No. But if you die, that's because you're not on your P's and Q's, man. You're not on your P's and Q's, man. Oh, because I had the minis and I had the big pot right away. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, like, who's talking to? All right.
What are you?
You sure? I ain't get, yeah, I know, right? I know, right? I'm over here, but it ain't. We ain't around nobody.
What are you doing?
How the hell we don't got? Oh, this build. This ain't build.
We're both safe.
Yeah, he playing something. Oh no, he playing something. He playing this, but
Let's do something else.
Do you need bullets?
Uh-uh. Oh shit. Who the fuck shooting at me? No, they right here. No, that's horse shit. He was one shot away, bro. Nah. I'm talking about he was one shot from getting murked. And where was you at? A likely story. A likely story. You wasn't fighting, you was eating chips. You was over here eating chips, man. With Teddy. With Teddy. And Buddy. Mm-hmm. Look at Teddy over there, he like, that boy knocked out. Yeah, that girl knocked out as well. We're going to the top tier training again. Top tier training over here to the grass. Why you didn't go the right way?
Come back to me.
You could just reboot if you died. You could just reboot if you died. Yeah, because you didn't follow instructions.
Why you take me back?
I'm going to try to make my way over there.
Now we talk like tobacco.
For real. I'm going to just try to head over that way. No, you're right here. Might as well come over here and get some of this stuff. Right up on you. Yeah, well, if you had taken the proper measures, if you had it, hey, it's that shotgun you like over here. Nah, I ain't gonna shut up. I ain't gonna stop talking. I ain't gonna stop talking. Come on now, Master. Come on now, Master. Master, you want to stop talking, Master? Come on now, Master. Master, I was powerful. Sorry, Master. Please don't whoop me, Master. Please, Master, don't whoop me, man. I was powerful. Sorry. I got a family, Master. Don't take my family, Master. Don't separate me from my children now, Master. Come on now, Master. Now you know, Master. Now you know I need my kids now, Master. I know some of them yours, Master, but please, Master. I know some of these kids ain't mine, Master, but please. Yeah, because Master be with your wife too. Hell yeah. You a fucking slave. What the fuck you gonna say about it? Yahuwah said that shit was gonna happen. So if your ass didn't listen, yeah, your wife getting smashed and having children with your slave master. And ain't shit you could do about it. Or she getting taken away and getting smashed somewhere else. Yeah, that shit was terrible. And they taking your kids. And they taking your kids and sending them somewhere else. And then they whooping your ass and maybe raping you after. Yeah, I know. That's what happened when you disobey, yeah. And then motherfuckers want to be like, oh, it's because of white people. It's like, man, no. Yahoo said that shit was going to happen. It ain't got shit to do with them. They just a tool. They was just a tool. But Yahoo is the fucking, the person using the tool. The one using the tool. Yahoo could do whatever the fuck Yahoo want. Yahoo made this shit. Yeah, right. But it's like, how you gonna say that? It's like Yahoo allow your ass to live. And then you gonna be like, oh, motherfuckers you be having some nerve, man. You be having some nerve, man. Nah, for real though. And then people be like, oh, I can get mad, but Yahoo can't get mad. That's crazy. That's crazy work. Mm-hmm. Just because. Why you gonna do them like that? Man? Yeah, you can right now. But what about later? Now and later. Now and later. Now and later, the candy. I see you laying over that thing. Hey, you want to get one of these lives? Because you got room for these life packs. By throwing down one of them SMGs, you got like 15 SMGs. 15 SMGs, you got 3 of the same gun, babe. 3 of the same gun. Yes, you do. The pistol, and you got 2 SMGs. Not just one SMG, but 2. Not just one SMG, but 2. Yeah, and you got 3 SMGs. Because the handgun is a SMG too. So they'll take the same bullets. Hey, it's a lot of these out here. Yeah. It's a lot of these. So look out behind you, somebody running down. Get down, bend down so they can't see where you at. Look out, somebody coming. He right there in front of you. Look out, somebody else pulling up behind us. Oh, hell no. Nah, you good. No, I didn't fucking see him! Damn, man, we could have had that shit.
Bitch ass.
Alright. Damn it, man. Only one. They fucking won and we could have won. Yeah, I get that. I'm about to roll up real quick. Yeah, it's me.
Don't say that.
Yeah. I feel like I have seen you before. Yeah, you could do it.
Cut those nails right now.
I can't.
It's a dire emergency.
I can't take to the strap.
It's not even cute.
It's my bump now.
Cut that shit. It doesn't need to be that long.
My bump
Your
now.
face.
That's my bump now, man. That's my bump now. You want that coke? That cocaine. That cocaine. Having too much of a good time right now.
Oh. Wow. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like it tickles. It hurts.
Yeah. I like him a lot. As you can tell. Yeah. Hey, what time Ashley supposed to be coming over here?
I don't know.
Yeah. Tomorrow, Friday for your boy. It's payday. I wish I could have some fucking bonuses from sales or something. And I got a fucking hit in the market, man. I hope that shit go my way. I mean, it ain't no hope. I just gotta fucking catch that shit at the right time. Because today I was in the bathroom, like taking a dumpski, when the shit fucking hit the bottom and then started reversing. Yeah, yeah. So I didn't have a chance. Because I woke up late. I shouldn't have went to sleep. Because if I didn't go to sleep, I would have made like 2K and been pulling out money. And then been in that shit like today. Just took out money already. But it's all good. I'm gonna try to do that shit on Friday because it's like every time during the nighttime and shit, like it'll make the move, and then in the morning that shit be following through. Like that shit went the whole day. Like that's why I could have had so much money. Yeah, that shit crazy. But it's all good. At least I'm getting better at that shit. Because I think I'm in the move again already. So if that's the case, I'll probably just gotta hold this shit until the next day, and I'm gonna be up crazy if it go through like that. Though. By the way, this shit getting easier. And then again, next month, I'm going to have like infinite trades. That shit going to be crucial. Yeah. But it might be like at the end of the month for my main account that got 2,000 in it. Because those other accounts, I don't got 2,000 yet. But I was hella close already. So I'm going to have that shit, I'm sure. By that time. By that time. By that time. But it ain't even going to matter, really. Because if you do that shit right, it don't matter how many trades you got. You only need one. You only need one of them bad boys. One of them bad boys. One of them bad boys. Everybody gets one. Reduction, 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 and. What the hell?
You're gonna get it tomorrow.
Oh, damn crazy.
Ring the bell. There is nobody home. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Good body spot. My bed, check it out, in and out. Stab your pocket, nothing cold. I can't walk down this road with robes on. You will learn. Christian, no people on the balcony. I'll see you. The devil's office, which walk the force in the mental state earthquake. Schizophrenic, eating Campbell's soup. Taking a picture analysis test. I hope you ever fucking bulletproof test. It was purchased the charter on 38 when you entered the confetti hellgate. On the people with the bloody towers or sculptures. Machine guns and suitcases. All you niggas with two faces. Mass murder should have been in San Quentin. I'll do a life to 10 when I come home. You goddamn right and all back again. Put the drink on the table while you sleep. I take pictures of bullets in your navel. Open your face and pour milk in your forehead. Count the bodies that's all dead. Behind your fucking back with the drill bit in your ass crack. Extreme pressure, teach you a lesson. Fuck your confession of evil. I march with black sheets on the sunset street. With hoods like Dracula. I walk in back of you. Dragging your stomach past the McDonald's. Drinking absolute bottles and bottles. Why you try to fuck with the most exotic model? Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. As you see what's everywhere, animals are fucking wild habitat. My living room is the wilderness with spots on my carpet, practicing my gun targets. Virtual reality is a rough in your career, set you on fire in the leather chair. Using chocolate, raw rap, and jealous albums, aluminum foil. Wearing masks on the telephones, talking to your black asses. With stocking caps, I reach up, taking your ass on the river bands of Venice Beach. In a car, off on the beat, your knees down with a bag of master lock. Police can't hear you with a dead body high near you. It's hot and drinking soda with a tech now spraying your fan belt motor. Stop the bullshit, blast your hands off the hood. I'll pull a quick videotape you in the puddle plug with razors in your neck. With an extra clip, I'll move your torso, spit on your hips. With Mac 11 vice grips, surgery is major. With my sneakers stomping on your pages. With a couple Mac 4 coffee, I like niggas who force you. Fuck your critics, I press your back with an iron steam burn through your straight leg jeans. Soaking your bones out in the washing machine. With child soap in the laundromat. You witnessed the killing. The man got scared, called Riverdale with a baseball cap. Niggas have the hawk on. I know where he's going. You can't hide in the empty apartment with a mattress and no protection. With a New York Psycho buying shells in the Hollywood section. I'm pressing bells and bells and bells. Till you fucking let me in. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Follow you on tour like a haunted nightmare, kicking your intestines out like fresh flare. Standing by the mobile gas station with a flamethrower and a fucking long board. Throwing big lighters at your fuel tank, I smash up your the adventure. Plead guilty in court, bring socks through the security. X-ray form for the world record. Shut the fuck up about music. I'm playing checkers with bloody polo shirts. We can have fireworks. All the dirty ass terrorists. All the refrigerator, spring water lettuce. Fuck it if you're jealous. Man crackers with clouds around them. Keep your eyes around them. Fuck dishes, dog your ammo, that's I'm on a mission. Holding your shin guards and chin foil. Warming my friends, sour crap by your legs spoil. Catch up and busted, fuck voodoo. Paint on my face, looking off the roof like a shot like Lulu. Surrounding your area for the biggest massive area. Muhammad no He-Man. Why you motherfuckers see corn? I take real humans on my phone. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Apartment 223. Apartment 223.
You want gyro feet or you want musty?
Either one would be cool. Whichever one you want.
You get it just how it comes?
The gyro. Yeah, if it's the lamb one.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the chicken one got like some wine in it.
You just get the regular one?
The slider.
Yeah, because it says regular, hot salad, burger salad, all rice, no salad. It's regular how it comes. When you want it all rice, no salad.
I got like some salad.
Huh?
I always have some salad, man. But I don't know how they be getting there. They just automatically get it like that. They never ask. I mean, well, they did ask, I guess, if you want salad.
Because however they do it.
Yeah, if you want salad, I think you do gotta ask. Because remember, it came with it.
Yeah.
It is time for your new national fucking anthem. I want to hear you sing it from the bottom of your heart to the top of your fucking lungs.
Well, they have, what is it, falafel gyro, 4 falafel balls, lettuce, tomato, cucumbers, like in a theater, I guess. They have fish.
Yeah, no, the only thing that I know I can eat for certain is that lamb flag. Because the rest of that stuff, they could have like wine and everything.
We're gonna have dinner outside today, okay? If you're here early, we're gonna enjoy our food outside. You know that's the rinse in water? I'm gonna spray it and wash it before it cooks.
Where's the
It's right there by the top.
Alright, you
Two
said.
paper towels and the water too. So I showed it up again. Oh, I sure facing it. Yeah. Don't let it see it. Hey, no.
Please, girl, stay.
You're lucky I care.
Right.
Why? What the hell? No way. Fuck, I forgot about it. Because I was looking for flight. Let me try it out. You might have to give me a jump then, okay? Oh, turn them off for me. Well, I completely forgot I have to emergency lights on.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Are you sure? Start it? Yeah. Oh my gosh, she ran off on me like a. At 11? Yeah, the sign. Did you go to the sign?
Bruh, I don't think he went outside.
Somebody came to the sign was open. He went to the back. He went to the back.
No, I don't think he left, bruh.
Yes, he did.
There's no way that he left because it was no way that he left because I closed the gate, so he couldn't have got back in.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, you have to make sure you put the lock.
He had to be here the whole time. He had to be here the whole time.
Yeah, I gave him the back. I'm gonna wait over better too. What's in the bathroom? Oh, next year. At least I've been putting this to it like salt. Antibiotics. You want to look at some meds? Someone try to get some. If you just try to eat.
What up, bro? How was your year, bro? Yeah, that's it.
A lot of work. Because it's so different. That's what we're gonna ask. There's a lot of. You know how it's done with drugs? Like, you know, a lot of ladies. It's like, I think, like, 12 units today. Yeah, but the G is the majority of the G here is like 10 yards. Now that yard. Yeah, it's like this yard. It's like, we're gonna put 7 grams out. Yeah, they're like wide. It's long for wide, but yeah, we could put more, so it's gonna be like a 7 grams each. So it's less yards. Yeah, that's because they're cheap. That's how the drugs are cheap. So he's gonna get more profit, and then he's gonna get like it's gonna be easier too. Yeah.
You talking to Ashley?
No, I'm making a list of things I need to get from Walmart. I want to make sure I remember to get Colin's toys.
What day is it?
His birthday? His birthday is on 23rd. Which is Saturday, but we're taking on Friday, remember? I told you about it. But I just yes, but those, I don't think they're gonna get here on time, but I could pick a seat. I could pick a seat and have them. Let me get a list, but I want to make sure it's for that and have something. I just feel like that. Right. I think that'll fit in his little toy, his mouth, I think. I think that. And then over here. They're like, I think they're a Spider-Man monster jam truck. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But it's not gonna get there. It's alright. Now we just make a list. Wait, tomorrow? Well, then I have to get it tomorrow and fix it. From 9 to 10. That's how we're going later. Let me see if they have it over there. If not, I have to go get it over there tomorrow. Let's see if they'll have it for tomorrow. Oh, they do. Okay, so we need. What kind of bread? Go check. You don't have that? Are you sure?
Distant stars come in black or red. I've seen their worlds inside my head. They connect with the fall of man that breathe you in and dive as deep as they can. There's nothing you can do for them. They're the force between when the sunlight is horizon. There's nothing you can say to him. He is in our heart when the space has been broken. It's sit far away in the glitz of free, or in our eyes every time they meet. It's by the light of the plasma screens we keep switched on all through the night while we sleep. There's nothing you can do for them. They're forced between when the sunlight is arising. There's nothing you can say to her. I am without her heart, and the space has been broken. Broken out.
Hey girls. It's classic shit. Yeah, I gotta remix that song. I gotta remix that song. Hey, you think that food here?
Yeah. Yeah, come up again tomorrow. Is it there?
Oh,
Or your trading card?
I am, but I think I'm good because if I'm right about this shit, I'm about to be up a lot again. Hell yeah. And all I gotta do is just stay in.
And go eat outside.
Let's go.
Get some natural air.
Yeah. Yeah. Hallelujah for that.
What, dude?
For being able to do it right. Doing it right. My bad, babe. I was about to come back up there.
I'm going for an afternoon stroll.
You said what?
I'm gonna go out for an afternoon stroll.
Come on, man.
I'll be back. Yeah.
Hell no.
Huh?
Hell
Really? Hell no.
How would I be? Yeah. Please, please what? Please what? I don't know if you know that. Please what?
Yeah. Hold on. No, close it. Be careful with the dogs. We're gonna go on.
Number one stunner. Buddy. You the number one stunner, buddy. Buddy. Number one stunner. Buddy. You number one stunner, buddy. Buddy. You number one stunner. That's it. I'm number one stunner, too. You number one stunner, buddy. Come here. Buddy. Sit down. Sit down. Come on now. Sit down. Come on now. Come on now. You number one stunner, too. Sit down. Number one stunner.
I'm gonna start doing some afternoon strolls. I was saying going that way, it's nice and calm.
Where?
Going around the block.
To where?
Around the block.
To go to where?
Just exercise.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying we should do on Fridays. Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta make sure my butt stays round.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you can just do squats.
I like to walk.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We should do it on Fridays. That's what I was saying. We should run. You know, or we could walk and run. On Fridays, that's what I was saying we should do. What the fuck is that?
Well, I'm gonna walk around a lot this Friday. That's why I feel like you gotta get your rest to happen. For Disneyland?
Really?
I gotta see what I'm gonna wear. For my Disney gear tomorrow.
Arizona desert, stars still.
The hell?
they stole themselves, and you can tell why they have money. Look at every streamer that's ever dressed like a girl. Look at every streamer. Look at every streamer that's ever dressed like a girl, put makeup on. They're all rich, but they're always doing humiliation commercials. And I'm not gonna do that. I stand strong and heavy with my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and I'm always gonna stand by it, no matter what. I don't care about the money. Remember, les el dinero no hace uno, no nos hace. They offered us $100 million.
Oh, hell no.
What happened?
Parents tell me please, and if you want bagels, tell me. Okay, well, let me check. Today is the best day ever. I'm getting my dream Chanel bag. It's a vintage 80s Chanel bag at AMT Vintage. They have the best selection of vintage Chanel. So many handbags from the 80s and 90s, which is my favorite era because the quality was so good. The gold was gold. It was just giving, and I feel like it's very model off duty and so much cooler than buying a brand new Chanel bag. It's the perfect nude bag. It's gonna go with all my outfits. I love that the straps are gold, like the gold chain, which makes it unique. I'm so excited to wear this. It's my new baby, and I am obsessed with AMT Vintage. I could literally hang out here all day. Everyone who works at the store is so much fun. The owner brings in new pieces every single week, so I feel like I practically live here. Today is the best day ever. Okay, so by the way, we don't only have the link number one. I just start some other things for the flash sale. Also, we have this item. Let me go through some item with you very quickly, and then we'll go back to our link number one. Ali Fusangir, if you first time joining here, if you first time joining our live stream, we also have our link number three. Link number three is the solid color for the mini dress, and this is one of our light shade. It's definitely one of our super outstanding scenes in our line. And also, if you borrow with a solid color, we have this. If you borrow with a solid color, we have this beautiful item. And this is our like the link number 4, the striped one, or link number 4, and link number 3. And also we have this one. This is actually our. Where's that one? Okay. It's our link number 5, like this one, the polka dot one for the beautiful mini dress. So this is actually 3 beautiful links in our live stream. If you want to see more other links, you can also let us know in the comment section. We can double check with you. Or maybe you want to get the striped one. We have more other options for you to choose. Or even you want to go for the solid color. Solid color, we have more than 20 colors here to show you. So do not miss out. There are any concerns about this link, let us know. And also we have this nice, beautiful 2 pieces that in our live stream is our link number 8. Link number 8, alright? So if you first time joining here, if you want to see more other link in our live stream, let us know. Link number 8 is also super outstanding item.
We gotta go see Michael Jackson.
I know, yeah. I was like, oh, we should have seen that movie too, but yeah, I didn't even think about it. Because I was kind of like, oh man, hopefully they did it right. But,
Well, we're not gonna find out unless we see it for ourselves.
yeah. Well, you see that video?
No.
But that shit is good. That shit is
It
good.
ain't looking good for Kim and them skins. They got Kim Kardashian out here looking like a drug kingpin. So over $9 million worth of cocaine was reportedly found inside a shipment connected to Kim Kardashian's skin brand. You heard what I just said? According to reports, authorities stopped a transport truck carrying Skims clothing from the Netherlands to England with almost 200 pounds of cocaine hidden inside. Authorities said that he was driving a truck carrying 28 pallets of Skim product, and according to the National Crime Agency, he picked up 198 pounds of cocaine during that trip, and the truck was modified to hide that yayo. Now imagine how crazy that sounds. You think a truck is carrying underwear and clothing. Meanwhile, they look in the truck and they see this. And in that packaging, it's full of cocaine. Kim got some explaining to do, especially because this ain't a tiny amount either. They found 90 separate packages. That ain't nothing regular. That's some organized operation shit. Now, let's be clear. They're blaming this on the truck driver. They're saying that Kim ain't have nothing to do with this at all. But you already know, once people hear celebrity bread, multi-million-dollar cocaine bust, people start thinking. And like I said earlier, Miss Kardashian got some explaining. It ain't looking good for Kim and them skins. They got Kim Kardashian out.
There is a lot of people freaking out about ticks right now. I'm going to show you how to prevent within a repellent that you can make at home just using stuff at your local grocery store. The first most potent oil that you need to get is some oil of lemon, and this right here is what you're going to pick up. It's just an essential oil. Then pick up some eucalyptus, then pick up some peppermint, and then pick up some lavender. Then you're going to pick up an applicator oil like jojoba. You're going to put all of that essential oil into this jojoba oil right here, and you're going to put it on your skin, everywhere, ankles, wrists, your whole body when you go outside. Now look, I just showed you a whole science project that you can go to your grocery store and do yourself. Replace that fear that they're trying to put into you with these ticks, and also pray to Jesus that you got some faith too, that the Lord God will protect you. And I'll tell you right now, if you don't have time for all of that, you can just go to the link on my profile, and I've got a bug shield link for you. That's a tick repellent that you can just buy, have it show up on your doorstep, and apply to yourself every single time you're going outdoors. Because it's going to get real. I haven't seen the algorithm push something like this since they released the Epstein files. So just know that they're pushing it. There's already a vaccine, and there's already all literature and things backing up that this is a bioweapon. So last time that this happened was about 6 years ago, and we all saw how that panned out. So make sure that you're getting your stuff ready and that you got some plans implemented beforehand this time. Y'all can go ahead and comment tick in the comment section, and I will send you a link to that bug shield tick repellent. The first most potent oil that you need to get is some oil of lemon, and this right here is what you're going to pick up. It's just an essential oil. Then pick up some eucalyptus, then pick up some peppermint, and then pick up some lavender. Then you're going to pick up an applicator oil like jojoba. You're going to put all of that essential oil into this jojoba oil right here, and you're going to put it on your skin, everywhere, ankles, wrists, your whole body when you go outside. Now look, I just showed you a whole science project that you can go to your grocery store and do yourself. Replace that fear that they're trying to put into you with these ticks, and also pray to Jesus that you got some faith too, that the Lord God will protect you. And I'll tell you right now, if you don't have time for all of that, you can just go to the link on my profile, and I've got a bug shield link for you. That's a tick repellent that you can just buy, have it show up on your doorstep, and apply to yourself every single time you're going outdoors. It's going to get real. I haven't seen the algorithm.
Family, ever since I announced the U.S. slavery class action, I've been under attack. The movement is growing, and the people who want to stop it know it's growing. But here's the thing about power. When you are alone, you are easy to isolate. When you are connected to millions, intimidation loses its power. This is why I'm here to ask you for 3 things. Share this video now, not tomorrow, not later. Share it now. Follow me on every platform. The more places we are connected, the harder it is for them to cut that signal. Then get a copy of The Law Revolution and get extra copies if you're willing and you're able. 1 copy, that means 1 person is protected. 1 million copies, that's 1 million people the system can no longer play. And united, we become an unstoppable movement because there's safety in numbers and knowledge is power. And this is both. You already know it. Legal education is a superpower. Spread the word. Follow for more. On every platform. The more we are connected, the harder it is for them to silence us. Get a copy of The Law Revolution or several copies, and buy the Law Revolution collection. Link in bio and at ameliasutton.com. All right, let me see you flood the comments with hashtag is subject to the rule of law because no one is above the law. The rule of law is simply this: the law must be simple and accessible to everyone and applied equally to everyone. in the courtroom. So if you're in a courtroom and you're feeling lost and confused, there is probably corruption going on. At this point, it is well within your right to move the court to a point of order. Simply stand and say, on and for the record, and let the record reflect that I am calling for a point of order, and until this issue is resolved, this court cannot proceed in this manner. The law is for everybody, and everybody gotta follow the law. Right, that's it. That's all I have for you in this video. Next case. Yes, Your Honor. Submit. Is
when people ask me what's the easiest work from home job that you can get hired for, I'm gonna.
Be so busy improving yourself that you have no time to compare yourself to other people. Be so focused on your own self-development that you fail to notice the negativity, the complaints, the limitations of those around you. Most people waste years watching others win while doing nothing with their own life. Lock in. Your future is built in the hours nobody sees. Come on, Kakarot. Find a way. I entrusted everything to you. My pride, my promise, everything. I won't tolerate failure. Trespass into the domain of the gods and use that might to come to tyranny. Do it, Kakarot! Be so busy improving yourself that you have no time to compare yourself to other people. What happens when you
Respeten la salud de mi hija. Boludo, tú no tienes que disfrazarte de garrapata para burlarte de la situación. Ya tú eres un incendio para todo México.
Just post the content. You literally only corny and cringy to people that knows you, bro. The people that don't know you think you are so amazing. Like when I first started, I hear people saying, "Oh, he weird, he this, he that." Now I go out of town, I go to Philly, I go anywhere. It's all love, everybody. Yo, bro, you keep doing your thing. But it's only corny to people that's close to you, bro. And they ain't shit. They ain't nobody. They really not nobody. They don't got nothing. It's so bad that if people talking shit about you, you can't even congratulate them for doing nothing because guess what? They ain't doing shit. Well, I'm gonna say congratulations for still staying in the bed all day. Y'all niggas ain't doing shit. But y'all worry about niggas that's trying to do shit. And that's how it always is. You mean?
Si mi abuelo viviera, ya se hubiese muerto al ver el desastre que han hecho con el apellido Aguilar.
I just found the biggest cheat code. I'm turning all my music into animated video. If I want a video, I can never make it. I just have a powwow with the AI. Step one, grab one of the dopest. Step two, drop it into Asian opus. Step three, picking an animation that feels best. Claymation has a certain type of realness. You can make your own style, strap a pic, hit generating outfit. It turns out sickening. Hopeless build scenes and sync to the beat. Smith and get into foxes. I need consistency is actually pretty insane. The smooth transition from scene to scene. Comic noir, Lego, or 8-bit. It really does any style of animation. Never thought I'd make a music video this clean without a huge budget. A big ass team. Agent Opus unlocks creativity. Get started today. Don't wait around.
Why the fuck are men so confused why women carry dominant and masculine traits? Because of y'all! It's not our fault, bitch! We don't want to be dominant!
Soul and my spirit wants that my mind says I don't need because I'm a man. Gave me the apology, broke down why you feel like you fucked up, right? You gave me the whole explanation, and that kind of healed certain parts of my heart that I didn't even know was broken because I held so much space to be violated in ways where the accountability was never taken. Realizing that moment, this is my wife. I could have done myself before I met my wife, I couldn't have continued to get into another fucking relationship with a woman that could not say, my bad. Haters online, sending subs, make my skin tough, everything is love. Yeah. When my plug got raided, I was bugged. Had he not, I was still selling drugs. When my first love left me, I was crushed, but that heartbreak led me to the one. And when you find a blessing in the stress, and it's a lesson that everything is love. Ain't nothing changed but the address change. The currency exchange ain't from rap checks. Pilot talking, that's me and my better half. Prepping for landing in Cancun, another 70 cash train, tax exempt. My Zell overzealous through bad press. Libel and libel to score and transition like bad press is Diggler. Went from dealer to hiller, no aspects. Bet the house with me to them Tulum villas with staff chefs. Still on rap's best list if you fact check. Spit pain through my teeth from the gut, this an abscess. Don't refer to nothing I'm on, that's a track less. We feature you preparing yourself to get lap jets. It's black excellence, selling black love. Trapping peace, yoga retreats. Then replace Neola and weed, we legal.
Want to know how I run a TikTok? Hey, so I have a brand new single out today, and TikTok page without making a single video myself. All right, check it out. Hey, so I have a brand new single out today, and instead of just trying to plug this song, it's called Joy Without Sound. I wanted to share a story about what it's like to be a musician, and it's been, I think, 16 years or so since my very first project came out. Around 2010, 11 is when I found Crush Your Dreams and Midnight Menu, and I've taken like a pretty long journey to get to where I am today. And along the way, I've evolved in a lot of ways that some people were open to and some people weren't. But as a creative person, I need to keep moving forward in my journey. And so if you've been with me, you know that every album is really dynamic and everything sounds different. But there's always something in it that is very Toki coded, right? With this new track, Joy Without Sound, I wasn't sure I wanted to share it with people. I made it last year. I've been playing it in all my DJ sets. But inside, I wondered, would people understand if I put this song out? There came a point where it was just one of the biggest moments in my set. And I decided, if everyone is showing me that they like it, shouldn't I just share it with the world? Shouldn't I just share it with more people who like it? Even if other people might feel disappointed or feel like it's a departure or feel like even resentful of me. I know we become so attached to these figures in our life. At the end of the day, though, I'm so excited to just have taken the courage to put this track out, to share it with my DJ friends, to share it with all of you, and show that I'm constantly still evolving. So, Joy Without Sound is out live now. I hope you guys enjoy it. I'll be playing it out my shows, including Lighting in a Bottle. I'll be there today. So, I just want to say I love you guys. I hope you guys like the song, and I have a lot of new music coming out. So, hope you're as excited as I am. Check it out. Hey, so I have a brand new single out today, and instead of just trying to plug this song, it's called Joy Without Sound. I wanted to share a story about what it's like to be a musician.
That just seems good, man. See, I'm supposed to do this all like I ain't supposed to work. They say you ain't supposed to work if you fuck they you supposed to do. I mean, Gigi Leeds is out here gorgeous, goofballs. You're one of them. You know how many triple B's is out here? Beautiful bum bitches that leave that boat because my mom and my dad put together a nice looking human being that I ain't supposed to work. I'm supposed to live a soft life and you see the way I look, bitch. It's 2026, everybody look good. It's a little chubby, little cute motherfucker right now that's built like a stuffed vacuum bag that's about to go to Dr. Roberto Rodriguez. And she gonna look like something when she leave out that motherfucker. Fuck is you talking about? So, in 2026, bitch, everybody look the fucking out of I'm supposed to live a soft life. I ain't supposed to bring beautiful bum bitch. What? Get the fuck up and get some goals, some ambition, some drive. You think I'm gonna take care of you just because you're pretty. So stupid ass up. Right?
Yo no tenía conocimiento de que yo tenía una relación previa a anunciarla. A mí, cuando me dejaron, justo me dejaron por un motivo distinto. Se dio la pregunta, ¿vale algo más? La respuesta fue no. Yo me enteré de la relación de ellos de la misma forma que se enteró todo el mundo, a través de los mismos medios.
Y aguanten vara, pues Ángela ya había comentado que ningún corazón se había roto porque todos eran adultos, pero Caso tenía otros datitos. Pero bueno, la coartada de nodal para salir de esto es admitir que tiene un grave problema. Yo no tengo un problema más. 20 de mayo, día de avispón.
Kobe did not die in a helicopter crash. It was a satanic ritual. Kobe did not die in a helicopter crash. It was a satanic ritual, and I'm not the only one that believes this. A lot of people believe it. Let me tell you why, and you can make your own decision. This toy was given out in Kobe's final game. What a coincidence. He dies in a helicopter crash a year later. After this toy was given out as a collector. I also don't think it's a coincidence that in this cartoon right up here, Comedy Central, Kobe dies in a helicopter crash when the helicopter blows up. This happened while he was still active in the NBA. In Kobe's famous performance where he scored 81 points, that was his 666th game in the NBA, 666. Kind of interesting that his famous off-season workout plan, he also named after the Devil's favorite number, the 666 workout or the 666 program. If you think all that's a coincidence, maybe this video isn't for you. But if you think there's something more here, read the book of Enoch. It talks about the fallen angels, and a lot of people's theory is Kobe is a fallen angel living over and over again everlasting life on earth. And it's not just Kobe, it's a lot of pro athletes. This man right here supposedly founded the railroad. Does he look like a famous pro athlete to you guys? Can you guys spot who this guy might be? Well, if you guess Travis Kelce, good job. That's he used to be before he turned into Travis Kelce. And you can see they like to make fun of us by doing the railroad toy here with Kelce, just like the Kobe helicopter toy right here. They do this to mock us. Here's where it gets fun, and here's how you can make some money. So if you have any friends that are into making money from sports betting, share this video with them right now. The Mr. Potato Head and the Colorado Avalanche. What the fuck does Toy Story have to do with the Colorado Avalanche? Well, in 1995, the first Toy Story movie released. Later that season, the Colorado Avalanche secured their first ever Stanley Cup. In 1999, Toy Story 2 releases. 15 months later, the Avalanche secured their second Stanley Cup. 2022, Toy Story releases a spin-off, Lightyear. Guess what happened 9 days later? You guessed it, the Colorado Avalanche secured another Stanley Cup victory. Right now, it's 2026. And would you look at what happens this summer? Another Toy Story movie is being released, and guess who Polymarket is giving a 41% chance to win the Stanley Cup? I put $6,000 on the Avalanche. You can see down here, and it's going to pay $18,000. Sports are scripted. It's all fake, and it's all meant to be a distraction. Get the Polymarket app. Use code VAN, and they're going to give you a $50 bonus when you deposit $20.
Stop scrolling, I'm telling you right now. If you're trying to make some money on the stock market, you haven't been having success. Donald Trump just gave us a cheat code. Love him or hate him, you got to see this. Trump just did 3 particular rules, and the third rule you got to see. The first thing he did was ban the IRS from auditing his taxes, his family, and his companies. So now they can't check what he's doing. The second thing that he did was he invited all of the billionaires over to China so they can have a CEO conference and try to get more money that way. The third thing that he did explains it all. He did less than 1,000 trades here, less than 1,000 trades here. But just in 2026, look at the amount of trades that he did, almost 4,000. When you put all three of these together, it's very obvious that Donald Trump is trying to make the stock market a new all-time high. We got to take advantage of it. So if you've been struggling, I know when to get into stocks, here's the cheat code. You're going to go to Google, look up Amazon stock PEG ratio. When you see a number like this, 1.63, the closer it is to 1.00, that's what we like to buy, and that's how we're going to get paid on the stock market. Make sure you're following the right people on the internet. Stop.
Desde Argentina respondió firme y con clase. No me interesa el circo ni las polémicas. A mí me mueve el amor de mi hija, no la fama. Y agregó que no le teme
California just
ni apático a
Fucking men in this country need to have some balls. Take control of yourself.
claro que seguirá triunfando con su música y su hija Inti a su lado. Katsupina.
This guy, someone said to me he doesn't pay his salary. What does that mean? He is grifting right now. This is the biggest grift in the history of the United States of America. When he got in office, within 2 days, he fired 14 inspector generals whose job is to oversee money in and out of federal government. In every department, defense department, legislative, commerce, housing, economic, industrial, federal reserve, fired them so he could get money in and out of these accounts without anybody noticing. That was his only intent. He is a grifter. He is a liar. I'm an immigrant, a citizen of this country, of course. Britain, born in England, but I'm a United States citizen. And I'm more pissed off than you guys are. He's getting billions of dollars. His sons, Kushner, they are laying their pockets. They're using our accounts, our money, as a funder for their accounts. And just put the money wherever the fuck they want to put it. And we're sitting here just dealing with it. Doing nothing. This is scary, man. And yet I have to work to make an exam, pay taxes. Israel's over here fucking us. The Defense Department's fucking us. Hexac, No, Bondi, all these people. They were siphoning money off, millions and millions of dollars into their own accounts. And you guys are okay with it? This is the worst president in the history of the United States. I don't give a shit what you say. He's horrible and does nothing for regular people. These are leaders. A leader, by definition, leads his people. The leader of the United States of America isn't a leader for just the Republicans or just white people. He's a leader for everybody. And has done nothing to help everybody. People are suffering. Yet you guys sit there and still fucking make excuses for him. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Fucking ashamed of yourselves. Say something bad. Push back at me and see my response. You guys are liars if you believe he's doing a good job for us. And the problem, the foundational problem, is men. Men have lost their backbone, their balls, their power, their morals, their gumption, their strength. You sit there and you're like, oh, whatever. You're fine, then everybody, what you're fuck. Real men don't operate like that. Real men are leaders. I want to build real men. You guys are fucking pussies, a lot of you men. I'm sorry. You're pussies. You come to my face and I say to your face, you're weak. You have no direction. You have no balls. You have no morals, no strength. You're not strong. You're weak. You fucking men in this country need to have some balls. Take them.
A couple renting a home in Michigan says their landlord came over to do some repairs while they were out of the house, and they say they have footage of him having intercourse in their home on camera. The tenant, Javon Crawford, told Fox 2 Detroit he was at the hospital with his wife when they started getting notifications from their indoor camera. They checked the footage and saw their landlord in the nude banging some woman. They say the sex lasted for about an hour, and at some point he even gets up to make himself a sandwich in their house. Fox 2 obtained the footage you see of the man between a woman's legs. The news station even tracked down the landlord and tried to confront him, but he declined to comment. Javon said he had to deep clean the home because his wife was a germaphobe, and they actually turned the footage over to authorities for cops to investigate and see if there is a potential crime here. Michigan.
Get no attitude. Don't get no attitude, sexy. Nah, man. Nah. Watch the footage. Since you like to get your little freaky kicks in, watch the footage as somebody holds it in front of you. Get your rocks off on that. Oh, you showed me a video of me getting it in. How you gonna be dismissive? It's a creepy society. I'm not letting nobody. If I ain't dead, man, just seal it up. Seal it up and leave.
A couple renting a home in Michigan. A couple rent.
Excuse me. What? Stop. Fuck your job. Do only what you are paid to do. You are not a slave. You are not an office bitch. Hard work is bad for you. Hard work is only good for making other people rich. They say hard work never killed anybody. But remember, what doesn't kill you puts you on chronic stress medication. Work hard, play hard. Bad idea. Work less, play more. Much better idea. Don't stay at work 1 minute more than you have to. When work is over, switch off your laptop computer. Switch off the phone. Switch off your brain. Tell your boss to take their after hours emails and shove it up their ass. You have a life, so live it. And remember, all work makes Jack the Ripper do. Fuck your job. That is all. Remember, fuck your. Remember me.
How to spot a demon. When I say demon, I don't mean a creature with a scary face and wings. I mean a vessel, a person, a place that has dark, unhealed, malicious, low vibrational, demonic energy latched within them that they're not aware of, they're not willing to face and heal, and that they project on everyone and everything around them. And the thing about demons now is that they're not hiding it anymore. They're so out in the open now because we have been desensitized to evil. Demons used to have to work under the cover of darkness. Now they are in their natural skin. One of the best ways to spot a demon is to look into their eyes. You can always tell a demon by their eyes. The eyes never lie. The energy you feel when you're around them is always off. You might feel extremely drained and moody afterwards, and some of them still do wear masks to hide their true intentions and character. Others are just flat out openly evil. A demon is not a myth. A demon is not a metaphor. How to spot a demon is not a challenge. How to spot a genuine human is. To spot these parasitic energies in the mundane fabric of everyday life, you have to look past the social performance and start tracking the weight people leave behind them. A demon in a human suit is not always screaming or angry. Often they are the quietest person in the room, watching, calculating, and looking for a crack in your armor to exploit. You spot them by the recurrent chaos that follows them. They are the common denominator in every destroyed bridge, every smeared reputation, and every misunderstanding that leaves someone else shattered. Watch for the narcissistic smirk that flashes for a split second when someone else suffers. A phenomenon known as duper's delight, where the mask slips and reveals the thrill they get from manipulation. Pay attention to incongruence. Their words are poetic and kind. They're super charming, but their presence feels like a cold draft in a warm room. They are the ones who demand empathy but have a total vacuum where theirs should be. Using your own trauma as a roadmap to find your triggers, they thrive on gaslighting, making you doubt your own senses until you're so disoriented you become a buffet for their low vibrational hunger. If your body physically recoils, if your throat closes up, or if your nervous system goes into high alert for no reason around a specific person, that is not anxiety. It's your ancient, primal soul identifying a predator that has mastered the art of the human camouflage. Look at the eyes, trust the drain you feel. Evil is not a biological birthright. It is a slow, corrosive erosion of the spirit that begins when the world fails a child. No one enters this life with a heart already turned to stone, but we are all cast into an environment that either nurtures our light or feeds our shadows. The defining schism in the human experience is how we handle the wreckage of our own history. Trauma is a raw, volatile energy that demands to be expressed, and people eventually reach a crossroads where they must choose a path. They either surrender to the rot, becoming a mirror of the very pain and malice that broke them, projecting their unhealed wounds onto the innocent, or they do the brutal, exhausting, uncomfortable work of alchemy. Those who choose the latter take the lead and weight of their hurt and transmute it, turning their suffering into a fierce, protective empathy and a source of genuine light. The demons among us are simply those who chose to let their pain win, feeding the cycle rather than having the courage to break it.
goes with some news on the new battle system. Why is nobody talking about this? Okay, I'm sure there's somebody out there that has talked about it or is talking about it, but it's not a like major topic right now. Obviously, we're getting a ton of new stuff coming in this next upcoming DLC drop and update. And I'm assuming the new battle system changes are part of a free update, right? I personally don't think they're going to make us pay to be able to use new gameplay features, right? Right? We'll see. But yeah, I think it's reasonable to predict that this is just going to be a basic new battle change thing. I say basic, but it's actually really cool, and I wanted to discuss it and go over everything with your thoughts because you guys know I'm not really like a competitive online player. Okay, you should know that by now. I'm very casual with this game. I love the game, and I like content. I like new shit and single player stuff. So like for me, I'm on the moon. Like this is everything that I could have ever asked for, right? But when it comes to battle system changes and stuff, I do think this is a really cool change, and we're going to go over everything here. So be sure to drop a like, subscribe here to the channel, and ring my notification bell if you guys want to keep on seeing more Sparking Zero discussion videos. All right, so let's go over this. So one of the new system changes with the battle is a follow-up chain blast technique thing, right? It's a new, I guess, feature that they're adding in here. So basically, in the trailer, if you watch it, it shows that whenever you're doing a combo, okay, and I guess you follow up with a combo or you finish a combo, it looks like you're able to immediately switch into another character that you have on your team, and they can immediately go for one of their super attacks, okay? As you can see right here, I think Gohan's doing just like a full power energy wave or Kamehameha, whatever the fuck he has. So yeah, he follows up on that. I think they had one where it was Frieza. He went into a combo and then he, finished it, swapped into Ginyu, and then Ginyu did one of his blasts, right? This is really cool. This is awesome. I think I don't know if this is something that a lot of people ask for. Again, I'm not really like too in tune with, gameplay changes and stuff, but it's definitely a cool feature that is going to add to the gameplay, right? Having this ability, this extra layer of a combo is really damn cool, right? So let's go ahead and move on over to the second thing here, which is Sparking Boost. Now, this one is the most interesting to me, in my opinion, just because it's almost like a stockpile feature for your characters, right? This is already something that, is in the game, sparking mode, right? But what you can do now is it looks like you're seeing it on screen. Okay, so I want to go over this because I want to go over the specifics of this because it's really important, right? He starts out with 4 skill counts, okay? So when he's charging up his ki, he's Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, it shows that you can boost it. You know how you can boost, like, techniques, like supers and ultimates and shit, or you can boost whatever, you can boost super techniques and shit? It shows an input right there. I don't know which input that exactly is, because it looks like, I'm assuming this is the PS4, PS5, but it's one of the buttons, right? I'm assuming it's one of these buttons here. When you're charging up, if you press it while you're charging up into sparking mode, you can get a boost. Now, this boost, okay, you have to keep in mind, will take up, from what I'm seeing here, because this is the only footage we have, it takes up 2 skill counts for the boost, okay? And then after you boost, it'll take up another skill count for just the sparking mode. So in total, you're taking up 3 skill counts to get this extra boost on top of, just like the sparking, right? So this is going to be a little bit crazy, right? I definitely think it's really cool. I don't know, online aspect wise and shit, I don't know if this is going to be a problem for some people, right? You guys can let me know down in the comments what you think about this. Is this a good change? Do you think this is going to, make the gameplay better? Maybe, matches potentially faster? I don't know. I don't really know. This is not really something that I'm probably going to use too often because obviously I'm not playing online. I'll be playing with either friends or family and stuff. So I don't know about that. But in terms of other gameplay like single player mode content and stuff, this is a fantastic change, right? Especially for whenever we're going to be playing like Mission 100, and even this is phenomenal for what's it called, the survival mode, right? Because survival mode, you're going to be constantly stockpiling up your skill counts. Okay, I found myself at maximum skill counts many times throughout it because it's not a super hard mode. Okay, I mean obviously getting all 200 plus characters. How many are there now? Like 208 or some shit. Trying to complete that actual mode with every character in their entirety is pretty crazy because you don't have to do it in one sitting, but I mean, it's a lot. People take like potentially 2-3 hours just to do it, right? In total, right? So this is very interesting. As you can see, this is what it's giving the boost. And I went over, like myself, I went to use Super Saiyan for Gogeta, and I could be wrong about this. Maybe this was just like, maybe just not even doing the maximum damage or whatever. But I was only doing around 20 or 21k damage with his ultimate, okay? Like, fully. So with this boost, it shows in the trailer, it does 32,493 damage. That's how much extra boost you're getting if you do the sparking boost, right? Again, you got to do that input, that little input. I don't exactly know which button that is. Okay, I'm one of the, I don't know, square, triangle, X. You guys can let me know what you think it is. I mean, it doesn't show it on there; it just shows a button input, kind of like with, whenever you're doing, what's it called? Maybe it's all four buttons. Like you do all the face buttons, like boom. Because I think that's how it is with whenever you're tapping to regain like key back or whatever after doing like a clash or some shit. So yeah, I don't know exactly which button that is, but once you do that, it's going to take that alone takes up 2, and then you still have to take up 1 for the like sparking mode, right? To get into the sparking mode. Look at how much of a boost that gives you. Looks like it's doing. I don't know what the fucking Evo symbol is. The 3, like squares or diamonds, right? I don't know. I keep forgetting what the fuck that one is supposed to be. I know the blast is for blast attacks, right? The like blast little icon, and then I guess the strength is for melee or something. I can't remember, but 20 on top is pretty insane. So if we're going by how much I did when I played Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, like right before this video, 21,000. So we'll just say about like 20k, right? This is doing around like 11, 12k extra damage, like on top of this shit, bro. Like, you know how crazy that is? Like, if you can stock, again, I think this is great for single player mode. Okay, I don't know how the online and multiplayer and shit will be, if that's gonna be like a problem for people. Like, oh my god, he just killed me in like one hit, but it's like you're not. It's not a gamble, but it's like definitely something like it's a strategic, it's a strategy, right? Because if you're able to, if the battle's going long enough for you to stockpile up 4 skill counts, or at least at minimum 3 skill counts, you can use up 2 of them to get the boost, and then 1. And you got to make sure still that you land that ultimate, right? Because if you don't land the ultimate, then you just wasted all that time and effort stockpiling up your skill counts for this, right? So I don't think this is like a broken thing or it's like a cheating thing. I personally think that this sounds like a strategic thing. If you're able to do it, right? If you can do it throughout the match, while you're probably still getting your ass beat at the same time and trying to defeat your opponent, then yeah, like it's a payoff, right? It's definitely a payoff, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes whenever this drops. Again, I do think this is just a gameplay update. Like this is going to be one of the free update. I say free update, but like an update for the game, a patch, right? And we'll see when we go over the patch notes to see like what exactly is part of it, right? So it is interesting though that they do show this in the trailer, right? If you have to pay for this, that's going to be the funniest shit ever. Like pay for like how would that wouldn't even make sense though, right? Like there's no way that they would make this a paid thing, right? So that leads me to believe that there could potentially be some free content. There could be because they're showing this in the trailer, right? I was very surprised that they showed something like this in the trailer and not like survival mode and shit. Like they didn't show any of that, right? And even that other new game mode that's coming could be a free thing. I don't know. Maybe the reason they didn't show survival and Mission 100 in the other trailers was because it was coming like the next day. So there was no reason to like, show it off, right? You just say, oh, a new mode is coming. and you just update your game, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's because these are coming alongside with this DLC drop, right? So we'll see. Maybe there's some hope, y'all. Maybe there's some hope. But yeah, there's no way that they can make this a paid thing because how would that work? Like it's pay to that would be pay to win. That would literally be pay to win content. And I know, like, extra characters and stuff, in a sense, depending on how good the character is, you could argue, oh, it's a pay to win. Like, Beast Skull Hunt's pay to win or some shit. Nah, I don't really see it that way. I mean, you can beat any character with any character. It is possible. It's not out of the question. But at the same time, like, this definitely would be a pay to win thing. You're getting a feature that nobody else can have access to, right? Unless you pay money for it. So there's no fucking way. But yeah, y'all let me know your thoughts and opinions about the new battle system changes. We definitely needed to talk about this because this was, I believe, the last thing from the trailer that was shown that I have not gone over yet. But again, let me know your opinions on everything and what else you would like to see for the battle system changes. If in the future they do more updates, like what else could be good for it? I'll be reading the comments. So thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Peace.
This is Broly, and you are watching Slow Plays. Make sure to subscribe, or else I'll destroy your entire planet.
Slow, sir. Slow plays. I come before you today, humble and humiliated, to ask you for one thing. I want you to add Chitikote.
Can you wear linen, babe, or it only has to be pure cotton? You can wear cotton and linen, right?
Yeah, I could wear anything that's 100%.
It's because there's these nice shorts. They're 60% cotton and linen, 40% linen. They're for the beach.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. This is not financial advice. I just want y'all to miss baby because it's a flat in the kitchen. Let's talk about some heat. Donald Trump did 3 things. I'm going to explain to you what happened and how we're going to make some money with it. We're also going to talk about Nvidia's earnings. Family, it's a whole lot of money to make. I hope you're excited. But before we even get to that, I wanted to ask you all a question. And this one, I feel like the answers are obvious. So let's start off with a little game. And the game is this: you can only pick 2. 1 is a new car. 2 is $55,000 a month. 3, unlimited food. 4, 6-figure job. 5, pay no taxes. And 6, $250K right now. Which of these 2 are you gonna pick? Let me know in the comments. But while we get to that, and you answering that, I'm gonna explain to you the 3 things Donald Trump did and how he's trying to push the stock market up to new all-time highs. But he was doing it, but a lot of people can't catch it. Now, if you love or hate Trump, this has nothing to do with that. Just the opportunity embedded in actions from the president that we have absolutely no control over. So since we can't control it, we can't get him to stop. We can't get him to do what we want him to do. We might as well make some money for ourselves so that we can help others. The first thing is this: Donald Trump's administration has forever banned the IRS from auditing the taxes of him, his family, and his companies, the ones that already happened in the past. That's one thing that he did. The next thing that he did has happened a few weeks back, where he took a lot of the CEOs of these major companies to China. I'm talking about Larry Fink from BlackRock. I'm talking about Tim Cook of Apple, Elon Musk of Tesla and SpaceX, and others that they were trying to get a deal cut over in China. So he did those 2 things. And the next thing that he did, and a lot of people didn't even hear about this one, was the President of the United States made almost 4,000 trades in the first 3 months of 2026. Comparatively speaking, this is more trades than he took the whole year prior. So when we see all of these things, we can see that he's so entrenched into the market and into business that he's trying to force the stock market up to all-time highs. And we got to use this to our advantage. Now, I know what a lot of people are thinking, and I actually had a conversation with somebody, and I was telling them that we have to use these things and make some money behind it. And they were saying, I can't do anything. If Trump is making a move, if Trump is invested into the stock market, then I'm not getting in the stock market. And I'm thinking to myself, baby girl, slow down. Slow down. This is why you got to think about this. He is going to win in his own way.
You got to make sure you are winning in your own way. And there's a Trump account that's coming out. You may have heard it. We talked about it in the past, where each newborn is going to get $1,000 from the government, and then the Dell family is going to give them $250 extra just to start their investment account. We all wish we had that when we were kids, but we didn't, right? A lot of us didn't have that, where your parents invested $1,250 into the stock market for you, and they could add more as time goes on. We didn't have these things, but now kids are going to have them. And there was a parent, and she was actually fighting against it. She don't want a Trump account for her kid at all because she doesn't believe investing, especially investing and it's related to even Trump's name. She don't want no part of it. So I'm thinking to myself, wait, you're going to let your kid lose because you don't want to even invest at all because Donald Trump is trying to encourage it. Family, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't hurt yourself in trying to hurt somebody else who you will never even meet and you will never even know. And then watch out for who you taking advice from. Watch out for the circle who you're around. I seen a wise comment, and it said, it's funny how people who are bad with money often blame the people who are not. And I want to give you some examples. We got the SpaceX IPO, which is coming out, and SpaceX is the rocket ship company ran by Elon Musk. A lot of people don't like Elon because he's one of the richest people on paper with over $800 billion of a net worth. And they're thinking, man, these billionaires, they ain't paying any taxes, right? So they don't want to invest into anything because it's related to Elon. And I'm telling you again, it's not about helping Elon. It's about helping yourself and about getting to money. But you got to know when to buy these things at the right time. SpaceX, they just did a filing saying that they're going to take the company from being private to where we can't invest into it easily to now it's on the public, so it'll be on your investing apps. And they're going to take it, and it's supposed to be about $100 or so a share when it comes out, but it could be 150, it could be 70, somewhere in that range. And we're going to be on the lookout for that, so we can use it to make some money. But just so we're clear, 60% of the time, you should wait about 6 months before buying into an IPO. But if you wanted to buy a little bit just to get your feet wet, then I ain't mad at you at that. But I would not go hard until that lockup period is done, where the insiders, they can let it go and sell out all of it into the market, usually after 6 months after the IPO. IPO meaning initial public offering, meaning the stock market is now finally introduced to this stock and everybody can buy it. But now this new filing that happened today is saying that the company plans to launch the stock on the NASDAQ exchange on June 12th. Long story short, that means you can buy it on your investment app around that day. But here's the thing. People hate these billionaires so much that they won't invest into the stock market and become a millionaire or even a 10,000-aire or 100,000-aire just based off of they don't like that billionaires got so much money. So then we seen a billionaire on the news today, and this was Jeff Bezos, and he said that the bottom half of all earners should not pay income tax. They should actually pay zero income tax. And his reason behind that was when you look at the grand scheme of all of the taxes that the United States government collects, the bottom half of income earners only account for 3% of all of the taxes. So then it's not even really in their best interest to keep doing it and keep taking taxes from them. This is what Jeff Bezos is saying. But people in the comments were saying, yeah, that's easy for you to be talking about money on here, and they're not listening to none of the messaging coming from somebody who has had success because they can't get past that they don't like them as a person. Family, you think we like everybody as a person? The answer is no. If you look at Michael Jordan, the basketball player, you might not like Michael Jordan. Maybe he's not a good guy. Who knows? Elon Musk, maybe he's not a good guy. Jeff Bezos, maybe he's not a good guy. Kim Kardashian, maybe she's not a good person. Who knows? But when people are good at what they do, sometimes you got to say, I don't necessarily like this person at all, and that's fine. But Michael Jordan is actually good at basketball. So if I'm going to try to make money with basketball, maybe I should put him on my team. Even though I don't really like him as a person, he's good for this business. And you got to think like that and take your heart out of stocks and take your heart out of your investments. I often tell you, trade with the chart and not with your heart, because your heart is going to lead you to a different path than that your business mind is supposed to lead you. Business is for the sharks. Sharks don't have none of the sympathy that you're thinking about. When you go home, you be sympathetic. When you go home to your family and the people you love and your friends and the people you try to lift up, that's when you need your heart there. But in business, you're dealing with sharks. Now, you go to a shark, go in the ocean right now, and try to say, hey, shark, don't attack me. I'm a good person. And see what they do. They're still going to attack you. So you need to be on guard when you want the stock market with the other sharks. And I wanted to just tell you something, just so we could just dispel this thing about billionaires paying more taxes. Of course, if they paid more taxes, that would be great. But if you think about that a little bit harder, you think to yourself, if billionaires paid more taxes, to steal from the rest of us. They're not going to use it to help us. They're going to use it to help them. You see how rich these politicians have been getting? So if you think taxing the billionaires is going to help the United States, then I want you to understand the United States has a spending problem. They're spending way too much. It's not necessarily a tax income problem only. It's much deeper than it looks on the surface. So when these billionaires get taxed more and they get taxed 100%, just know that's going to give the government more money to scam us with and not really help us out. So you got to think, nah, it can't just be taxes. It got to be a better way if we getting money from these billionaires. So what do we do with this information? We realize that when Jeff Bezos went on CNBC today, he has said if he does his job right, the value to society and civilization from his for-profit companies will be much larger than the good that he could ever do with his charitable giving. Now, why is that important? Because if you think about it, Jeff Bezos got like $200 billion, but Amazon is worth over $1 trillion and almost $2 trillion. That means that the shareholders, aka that can be you if you own into the stocks, we have the rest of that wealth. So I want him to keep having a success with this company because I own the shares, and there are many people who I'm talking to right now who are thinking about owning it or they already own it. And then on top of that, I almost couldn't believe it. Elon Musk was the person who post a repost about Jeff Bezos. And usually when it comes to Elon Musk and these other billionaires, I'm talking about hard trolling them online. So to see him on the same page with somebody like that, it just was something really interesting for me to watch. So I want to give you something practical to do. Go to Amazon stock, PEG ratio, you can Google this, and I see right now that it says about 1.63. The closer that this number is to 1, the heavier I want to buy. This is something you can do easily at home, and that's how we're going to be able to make money with this one. Also, watch out for NVIDIA. NVIDIA just had their earnings, and they said that they're going to do an $80 billion share repurchase. You know what that means when you hear a company is going to buy $80 billion worth of their own shares? That they couldn't think of anything better to do with $80 billion than buying their own company. And that says a whole lot about the company. The stock is coming down now, but why do great companies fall? So we could buy it. I want to leave you with a Bible verse so you can know that you're rolling in the right circles or not. I always want you to use that discernment. And it says, this is Proverbs 13:20. Walk with the wise and become wise, for a companion of fools suffer harm. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I see you on the next one. Hit the links in the top of the description if you want to join KGU and get in on the trades. I got a live session going tomorrow that I want you to be a part of. And download Weeble and download Moomoo. The links are in the top of the description because you're going to need multiple accounts to be able to roll. Our system is proven, back tested, and it works long term. So I'm encouraging you to take that step right now and get in with the big dog. I'm going to put a video up here that can teach you how to trade on Moomoo. And I'll see you on the next one. Take care.
And we are going to anticipate NVIDIA, which is up almost 10%, Josh, in 1 month. Stock not all the time trades all that well after earnings, but how are you thinking about this report today? I don't think it makes much sense to go around the horn and say, hey, what are you expecting? Because everybody expects it's going to be a good report, but how are you thinking about what's going to happen this evening and then what it might mean?
Well, it's 80% year-over-year revenue growth from an all-time high in revenue. So there's actually no analog to anything like this having happened ever in history. So like all of the normal superlatives that we use to discuss NVIDIA in quarters past, over the last, 11 years I'm in the stock, like this is perhaps the most incredibly superlative of all of them. 119% year-over-year earnings per share growth. Gross margins of 75%. How about the fact they're going to announce $73.2 billion in data center revenue 3 years ago, 36 months ago, that business was $4 billion. So we've never seen anything like it. The one thing I would say is the multiple for NVIDIA at 25 times may not be because people are worried about future growth. It may just be that if this stock were to get the same multiple expansion that a smaller company with a similar growth rate would get, it would effectively be like 30% of the S&P 500. Like there's People say the law of large numbers, but they misuse the term. It's not what people think it means. But there is like a law governing how big a company could possibly get. I think the road to 250 is easier than the road to 200. Obviously, I could be wrong. I also think part of the thing with NVIDIA that everyone needs to remember is its stock doesn't necessarily rally after earnings, no matter how good they are, because it rallies on its customers' earnings, which happened 2 to 3 weeks before. And so I don't think that this is a great post-earnings stock to trade, but I do think it's going to be an incredible report. And I can't imagine any of the secular megatrends that we talk about on the show every day are in any way going to be put in jeopardy by Jensen's remarks after the number.
We would agree with that, right? I mean, you get the tell that, as I said, I think it was yesterday, I can't remember another name where there's as much to draw from other earnings reports as there is with this one. Yes. You get the 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior, 3 weeks or so prior, and then you're like, okay, well, we know NVIDIA's going to be good.
Yes. So to that point, 93% of the semiconductor companies that have reported this earnings season have beaten estimates. Intel, Texas Instruments, AMD, all double-digit performance post-earnings. So Josh points out the fact that over the last 3 quarters, the next day, even with a good earnings report, we've seen NVIDIA price action move lower. So I don't think it's specifically about NVIDIA's price action. And look, NVIDIA has done its job so far year to date. It's contributed 20% of the overall S&P gain year to date. In addition to that, we did this on Monday. It's the semiconductor story that's really powering the S&P 500 so far year to date. 78% of the price appreciation is attributable to the semis. So look, it's the opportunity to kind of push back against, yields and oil. And as it relates to that, we know the Trump put is alive and well today. In isolation, you get to hear today about the AI story. And I think what's most important after today is I think you're going to walk away tonight and have confidence that this is not going to end anytime soon. That the growth story related to AI is not just going to be a 2026 moment. It's going to be 27, 28, and can extend for multiple years.
That's the story, right? Judge Smales, that's the story tonight. That Weiss, obviously. Hopefully you get the reference. It's kind of obvious. Does the results tonight reignite, if it needs reignition, of this AI trade? Does it just remind everybody, as Joe said, the runway is really long? They're not going to surprise us tonight. They're going to confirm for us tonight. Is that how you see it?
I do see it that way, but I think we get confirmation from Jensen Huang on a weekly basis as he speaks at various different forums and interviews. So I don't expect anything new. I think that they typically, and I say typically, I haven't looked at every single quarter, but I'd say it's reasonable to assume over the last year and a half, that they've sold off in the quarter, despite great quarters, as the whisper numbers always exceeded.
And as the run-up into the print is what it is, right?
Correct. Absolutely. So it's going to depend on the market personality tomorrow. If we see a reversal in bonds, unless they have an exceptionally great quarter, far above the whisper quarter, I think you'll see the stock sell off. So my point is that today is not controlled by the tech tape. It's not controlled by the oil tape. It's controlled by bonds, partially by the oil tape, because apparently more ships are moving through the strait, but not enough to change the world. So look, I think it's correct to say that the spend's going to continue for at least 2 years, maybe 3. That's not the point. The point is, and it's too early to make a call, when is the peak and when do we see cutback in cap spending? That's going to impact. Right now, it really is party on, party on. I said yesterday that some are pulling it forward, the end of the cycle, or it's climbing the cycle. I still think that debate's going to go on. Today's a bounce back day.
Yeah. You've had a party pause. You haven't had a party end, to Weiss's point. You just needed to just get yields off the burner for a minute.
Right.
And they feel like they are, at least for a day, and the market can get its arms around that. The president's post on Truth earlier about, closer to the end of the war, et cetera. We'll see what happens with that. But this isn't the end of the party. It just needed a little bit of a breather. We needed to drink some water. We were We were crushing soda now. Some drinks.
I mean, yes, you know how I feel about water. I want to draw a distinction, though, because the three of us were on the show yesterday, and we were talking about Micron. We all remember that. We were talking about the multiple there, which we said at a high single digits level was maybe even expensive. So how can all of us, all four of us, justify NVIDIA at a mid to high 20s multiple? And there's two reasons why it deserves that multiple and maybe even higher. One is the ecosystem within the architecture that NVIDIA has created. So this is the various chips that go together, Vera and Rubin, and it's the underlying software system of CUDA. That is a distinctive ecosystem that is a moat to the business. It's a moat to competition for NVIDIA. That merits a higher multiple. The other thing is, quite frankly, the multiple investments that NVIDIA has made in the overall artificial intelligence ecosystem, whether it's OpenAI or Anthropic. And those are things we've seen in this first quarter earnings season. We've seen massive earnings beats from the likes of Alphabet and Amazon on the back of those investments that they've made, and which we should see again from NVIDIA today. So let's not draw a comparison, and I'm certainly not. I'm drawing the distinction between something that is more commoditized like Micron and something that's more specialized like NVIDIA.
We thought it would be really helpful to go to Oliver Rennick today at the SIBO in Chicago for a closer look at any options activity that he might be seeing ahead of the we're expecting around a 6% swing based on implied volatility. But nonetheless, I'm curious. It's good to have you as always. What you might be seeing in terms of specific trades, where the options action is telling a story about what sentiment seems to be.
That's right, Scott. Obviously, as you guys have talked about here, just an enormous amount of pressure on this company. But in the past, the options traders have gotten a little bit over their skis. 14 of the past 20 quarters, NVIDIA has moved less than the options pricing. And as you guys mentioned, also some general weak performance after earnings. The stock has dropped 5 out of the past 7. And as you mentioned, today implied volatility points to under a 6% move, which is a bit more in line with those muted swings of the past. So perhaps some progress being made there. But the interesting quirk in today's setup is that traders are paying notably more for calls than puts. It's a pricing skew that's been increasing while NVIDIA's made new highs. That was before traders got burned in the 2-day dip around Friday expiry. But safe to say, based on what we're seeing so far, they have reloaded. And a deep sell-off here would be particularly painful given how much folks are paying for those calls. You're looking for a trade, Scott. There's a big one here for the bulls today. The biggest trade in NVIDIA was a clean-cut call spread for about $8 million. Someone bought 30,000 of the 235 strikes expiring Friday, and they sold the 255s against it. So that's looking for about a 6% pop from here into the weekend. Certainly would help the market, would not hurt.
Yeah, it's a really good setup for us. I appreciate that, Oliver. Thank you. I'll see you later on Closing Bell.
A very quick check on the markets. A lot of green on the board right now. The Dow up right now about 0.75%. Same story for the S&P. The Nasdaq very close to a new record, maybe there right now, up about 1.25%. The Russell up about 0.5%. But first, before we get this debate started, I want to take a quick look at the semis. They are trying for their 16th straight day of gains. That would be the longest win streak on record. We're talking about the SOXX ETF right now, up about 1.5%. Month to date, up over 30%, as you can see. Joe, I want to turn over to you. What do you make of this trade? Getting another boost today from the GE Vernova results. A lot of talk about data centers and their business, giving more confidence to a lot of investors about the quote-unquote AI trade. Chip's the beneficiary.
Okay, first let me share with you why the market is gravitating towards the semiconductor names. Because what are they? They are growth. And right now, the market wants growth. If you would put up, as I'm speaking, please, the IVW, and show the IVW relative to the IVE. We're comparing growth to value, and today, growth year-to-date has outperformed value, and that's something that coming into the month of April, we couldn't think was possible. The month of April, we've seen a performance mean reversion. Growth has outperformed by nearly 9.5%. It's value peer. So this is all about growth. The semiconductors have built the story around growth itself. The names that we own, Monolithic Power, Micron, Applied Materials, Lam Research, I'm looking at them. They're all They're all up ranging from 15% to nearly 40% month to date. And the common denominator for all of them is the revenue growth. And the market right now wants to reward where it believes it's going to get the deliverable and sustainable revenue growth. And that's why we've seen this paradigm shift in the market. It's away from value, it's back to growth. And I've argued that that's the recipe that you needed to have confidence that you were validating the recovery rebound that's underway in the month of April.
Can we see that chart for 5 years, the producers? Can we put that chart up 5 years, value and growth?
All right, while we're waiting for that, Anastasia, I want to come over to you.
There we go. So it's there. So more of the same, right? Story. The market is growth. The market's growth. The market's been growth. If you go 10 years, you see the same chart. We've seen periods of time where values come in and try to rotate the value. It's always been short-lived. So I think with the cohorts that you have investing in the market these days, they're growth focused. They're no longer, and that's also actually a function of, it's somewhat of a cycle, right? It's a function of what the large smart cap companies are. So it's difficult to escape that growth is always going to outperform.
All right, so that's a long-term trend, but Weiss, while you're kind of touching on that chart, are you worried about chips being overbought? If you look at Goldman, they're saying the SMH and the SOXX, they're tracking for their largest combined monthly inflow ever of all time. And of course, we've seen a big run-up when it comes to the broader market. Chips are no exception, a big run-up there. Concerned about them being overbought, maybe too much money going into this area. It is a cyclical sector.
So here's what I'd say. You'd have to be, you're in the wrong business if you don't worry things are going up with that kind of momentum for that period of time. So of course I'm worried.
Well, exactly what are you worried about? You and I have talked about Taiwan Semi. Great results. The stock still sells off. By the way, one of Joe's holdings has earnings later today. TI, along with research. So we could see another situation where a company can have strong earnings and still pull back because people feel like they're a bit overstretched.
You can always have that. It's not unique to this market. Look at Vertiv today. Vertiv came out with a pretty good quarter, right? They didn't take down the guidance. And you look at shares that are down 3%, right? You've got FTAI, which is down meaningfully 2 days in a row. I wouldn't be surprised to see them, miss the quarter because insider trading is alive and well in this market. We've seen that repeatedly. But the answer to your question is, of course I'm worried. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about the market. This market, goes up for any headline, positive and negative. And if it trades down briefly on a negative headline, it recovers and goes positive. So the question is, when it's not just semis, and I think just looking at traditional semi names is too narrow. When you have companies like Alphabet that are coming out with their own chips and picking up traction in those chips, right? Or Amazon or Meta, you have to include those in the semi bucket as well, even though they're a small part of what these companies do. So it's really, to Joe's point, it's really growth. It's not just semis, it's growth. With semis being one manifestation of that move into growth, which has been consistent, not just for April, not just for 5 months, but for, 10 years. So yeah, I'm worried. Is the market getting a little bit frothy? Could be. But at this point, what's going to upset it? We've got great earnings that are coming out. We know the market knows there's going to be no easing soon, right? We know we're in a war where there's no real strategy to exiting. So we're probably going to say we won, like they've said there's new regime change, and there isn't, and we'll get out of it. But we'll still have the same worst problems. So it's going to come down to inflation, which people are willing to write it off right now as a short-term phenomenon. But that could be the canary in the coal mine going forward. Right now, we seem to be okay, unless we bomb their infrastructure and permanently disable.
Well, I think we're all hoping that we don't see an escalation at all.
Well, I think it's pretty clear you're not going to do it. Yeah. When you get nothing in return for extending the ceasefire, it shows that it's taco all over again. This is what I said. This is what I'm doing.
Anastasia, we're talking a lot about growth. Do you think investors are overlooking some serious issues out there? I mean, Weiss hit on one of them, the fact that we still have a conflict. I'm looking at oil right now. Oil's up about 3% last time I checked. There are some serious issues for this market that could hit this rally. But do you think, at least today, investors are like, hey, forget about all that. I want growth, to Steve and also Joe's point.
Right. I don't think they're necessarily overlooking it. It's just that they don't know what to do about it because one moment we have a ceasefire, the next time it falls apart, the next moment they have a double blockade, and you just don't know what to do about that. Which is why, to Joe's point and Steve's point, investors have flocked and gravitated to what they do know, what they can observe, and what they can control, which is where the growth is happening. The growth is clearly happening in artificial intelligence and semiconductors, and the power it's supporting is front and center. And look, if you look at the adoption rate, adoption rate for AI are probably higher at this point. If you look at enterprises, 35% or more of enterprises are embedding AI. In our case, for our portfolio companies, the partner group, we're embedding AI in 90% of the companies. So the enterprise adoption is widening. I would say the total addressable market for AI is growing from conversational to agentic to physical AI. And so all that means is the demand for semiconductors and demand for power is tangible and it's observable, and that's exactly what investors have gravitated to. Am I worried right here, right now, looking at the chart of semiconductors and looking at the chart of the S&P? Yes, probably some sort of near-term pullback is very, very likely. But having said that, longer term, if you look at the consumer, despite feeling miserable, consumer is spending very nicely, despite higher gasoline prices. Corporates are having a stellar earnings season. So amidst all of that, near-term consolidation, yes, but longer term, the trend should still be up.
It's interesting. You mentioned oil at 96 as we speak, up 3.6%. What's interesting about that is, number one, it's basically back to where it was coming into Friday morning when we got such positive announcements from the president regarding the negotiations with Iran. So the market has just kind of retreated back as we've kind of walked back some of that optimism surrounding the Middle East conflict. I think the market could live in an environment where oil is between $90 and $95. It proved that from 2011 through 2014. But it's back to chips, because chips, in terms of what their meaningfulness is to the economy today, is what oil was to the economy in the 70s and the 80s. The chip story is the economy story, and that's where you see the insatiable demand. What fundamentally changes very much about what we're going to hear in the upcoming earnings report for these chip companies that you'd say, okay, it's an inflection point, the story's over. You mentioned Texas Instrument. Texas Instrument's going to report tonight, looking for $1.38, $4.2 billion on the current quarter, guidance for the next quarter, 4.85. 3.68 billion on Analyte, but it's a free cash flow story. And it's a free cash flow story because they've diversified the business and they're participating in the AI investment thesis. And I think overall, there needs to be something fundamentally that so dramatically changes it. Is it going to be President Trump and President Xi's summit in May? Do the chips at that point get greeted with some negativity? I don't know. I don't expect that it's going to be. But you're going to go through periods, to Anastasia's part, where you look at the chips and you go, okay, they look a little bit overextended, they look a little bit overbought. I get it. Good luck moving away from that story, because you're going to find yourself 3 to 6 months later running right back to it, because that's the dominant theme, to Steve's point, over the last 5 years. So.
That's right, and there's also another catalyst to the chips now. I think everybody knows the AI story and they're sticking with it, but there's also this cyclical part to it. And we've seen a lot of cyclical acceleration across the economy, especially CapEx and manufacturing and some of the industrial complex that is really coming back to life. So all of that also requires chips. So I think maybe that's why, just when you're ready to give up on chips, there's yet another catalyst that comes to the fore. So don't give up on chips.
Well, you certainly can't. Sorry, Wes, I don't want to interrupt you. You can't give up on chips. Can I ask you a question? Are you surprised that people are going into chips in the ETF as opposed to individual names? As my colleague Christina Presnellis often points out, it's not a monolith. Different chip makers do different things. And why aren't people looking for GARP? I'm going to bring that acronym back. Growth at a reasonable price, like the memory stock. Story out today saying there would be a super cycle when it comes to memory names. And I'm just looking at a holding that Joe, you and Weiss both have, Micron. 5.5 times forward earnings compared to an AMD 35 times, NVIDIA 22 times. Why isn't that where even more of the money's going? And by the way, I do want to point out, Micron's up over like 5% today, so it's not like it's lagging. Are you surprised that we aren't seeing even more money going there?
Actually, I'm not surprised that people are now going into the ETF in the broad theme, because as I mentioned, it was initially about AI, and that's where you had to be really selective. You had to do NVIDIA, Broadcom, and some of the select other chips. But now we actually realize that memory has a big role to play in this as the total addressable market expands. And now you've got also the industrial sector that is coming online. So I think there are multiple engines that are driving the story. So I'm not surprised that investors broadly are sticking with ETFs. The other thing, Frank, I would say, given the kind of the macro-driven, geopolitical-driven environment over the last couple of months, people have flocked to ETFs. And only in the last week or two have you started to see more stock selection happen again. So not a surprise.
we did have a nice rally at the open. It's all but disappeared. Crude is now moving up. It was lower. The market liked it. Now crude is higher, moving back towards 97 a barrel. Weiss, I mean, this seems pretty obvious at this point. Stocks are going to have a hard time finding the footing that I suggest they're looking for, as long as the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed. Despite efforts by members of the administration to ease concerns about that, there are plenty of concerns, and that's why the market looks the way that it does.
Yeah, and that's something you can't spin. The administration is saying, look, well, the Navy has scored, it's fine and all this, it's going to open soon. You can't spin it because there are too many pictures of the ships lining up and too many announcements of nothing getting through. And that's what's driving the market at this point, as you point out. Because if you keep oil prices elevated for so long, you have the chance, and you hear the R word more and more, meaning recession, of coming through. So my position has been, look, I'm keeping my cash. I don't want to catch a falling knife. I don't know how far it's going to fall. I did, in your absence, put on one trade, FTAI, which I thought come down enough, and I'm going to close that trade out probably later today or tomorrow. It's been a major loser. So this is not a trading market, and my regret is that it's prone to doing stupid things. You see something and say, wow, how can that go down another 25%? And guess what? It's on its way down. So to me, it's just keep your hands in your pockets. You have different strategies if you're long-term or if you're intermediate-term, short-term. If you're long-term, look, frankly, any place you buy, if you buy the right stocks, they'll be higher in a reasonable time frame. But if you're a trader or you're focused shorter intermediate, then it's not so easy to determine.
I'll just give people one more look. You throw WTI up intraday and then put the S&P intraday back up, because it really tells the whole story. I know that we keep mentioning that, but how can you not? Just given the way that the market continues to trade. I thought it would be wise, I think, 2 weeks almost into this conflict, to take a look at what the major averages have done. S&P's down about 5% now, so you're not in a pure 10% correction, but the negative news flow has many on Wall Street thinking that the risks are still decidedly to the downside. Goldman's Tony Pasquarello says if there's asymmetry to the S&P, it's more likely towards the downside outcomes than upside. And that suggests local risk reward is not in favor of the bulls. How would you assess that, Bryn? It's pretty obvious what you need to keep watching to decide whether this market's going to find a little bit of footing, as we suggest.
Yeah, I think, Tony also so appropriately said time is the enemy around energy prices and the war. So I think all you need to do is look at what energy prices are doing to see what the market's going to do. I think we also have the 200-day moving average for the S&P is 6,600. So we're only about 47 points away from that. I think people will continue to be skittish going into weekends, the longer this lasts. I do think, once again, this crisis is not like Venezuela. The mullahs have been in power for 4 decades. I don't think they're going to leave easily. And so I think that does rightfully have investors nervous that we don't want a long, drawn-out war. And so I do think this is going to continue to dominate not only the headlines, Scott, but just the markets. And so 6,600 seems very plausible. That is somewhat gravity for the market. And so I think investors, should be prepared if we have some more turmoil. That 6,600 is really the next strong support for the S&P. And I do think, I'm talking my book and Kevin's book, this is a great time to be selling calls. And so I think that's where the premium's high on a lot of names. So you can sit still in your names and sell calls. And that's been a good strategy all year long. And so we'll continue to do that and collect that premium while we have this really elevated volatility.
Jimmy, what's your view?
Well, I'm sorry to make it as simple as what we've already said, but it comes down to the Straits of Hormuz. It really is that simple, and nobody knows, certainly not me, when they will open. But I do believe that when you get that announcement, however it comes, maybe it's actual ships flowing, maybe it's, we know we really can't rely on the word from the administration. I'm sorry to say that, but we've had too many false starts in that regard. When the market feels that the Straits of Hormuz are open, it is likely that the markets will go much higher. Now, one asterisk to that. We can't have the Straits of Hormuz closed for a long time and then expect everything will be rosy when they reopen. So as I said yesterday, Scott,
it really is in the month of March that we have to resolve this. After that, there is lasting damage. Now, what does lasting damage look like? Well, we're going to be in the pre-announcement season next week. And if you start to see pre-announcements from companies, that will worry us. If you start to think that maybe the earnings might be affected for more than just the first and second quarter, that's the sort of lasting damage that we need to look out for. Again, I think if you get this resolved by the end of March, we should be okay, but a lot of uncertainty here. The market's responding as it should
At
be.
least 2 more weeks, at least if your timeline plays out of volatility, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Michael Hartnett of Bank of America today, with a headline on his note, Wall Street ominously trading 07-08 analog. Asset performance in 26 is more ominously close to price action seen from mid-07 to mid-08. Oil peaked July 3rd of 08, the same day as the ECB hiked, one of the great policy mistakes of all time. 74 days later, Lehman Bucks global financial crisis in full effect as credit trumps oil. Then he finishes with this ominous sort of trading pattern, the analog back to 07-08. I don't know if you want to take a stab at that in the context of how you view what we're witnessing within the markets today.
Well, fortunately, I don't, because I read the note, and I think that there's similarities that we can find in any disruption. So when you have a geopolitical event like we're seeing in the Middle East, it's easy to make these comparisons. I don't think the backdrop is the same, but I think Jimmy's point is the most important, which is if we can resolve this more quickly, that's going to be a much more appropriate runway for the stock market to recover.
Now, does that seem like it's going to, like, what are, you guys play probabilities, right? I mean, that's what this whole game's about. It's the probabilities, not the ifs. So there are a lot of ifs. Like if you're saying, well, if this can get resolved quickly, does it seem like it's going to be?
So it's so easy to play political science expert. I'm not. I'm a stock person. So I can look at it and say, I hope that it gets resolved. I don't know. But to the point of earnings, we're looking at double-digit earnings expectation for 2026. If this oil price stays higher, it affects not just the consumer, but margins, corporations, and ultimately earnings, which is why you said 1 to 2 quarters of guidance. If this gets resolved over the next 2 weeks, I think we can put it in the rearview mirror. If it doesn't, I think we need to worry about it. I don't know what the odds are. You know, it's not only about profitability, definitely about profitability, but it's also what's the risk? Do I have greater risk to the downside, or do I have greater risk to the upside, depending on which I turn? So your probability weight that.
Gosh, I don't know how you can answer that with any pure level of conviction.
And that's exactly the point.
Because a headline about Hormuz or a movement in oil, that's positive. You're probably going to have a rally rip like you haven't seen.
Yeah, which is why you can't be sure.
Which is why the battle right now is between getting more bearish and what some have called the so-called Trump put. Citi today says investor positioning is becoming more bearish, converging towards levels seen during previous conflicts. However, the de-risking is not yet at extreme levels, suggesting a measured response rather than widespread risk-off positioning. Barclays says investors still believe in the Trump put. Hence, global equities are not down as much as in past oil shocks. Obviously, nervousness is growing by the day, and the longer the strait stays closed, the more stagflationary markets will turn. But that's the battle, Bryn, right? The battle between growing more bearish and the so-called Trump put, among other things.
Well, we may agree with the Trump put, but do the Iranians. So, I mean, ultimately, China has to step in, what have you. So this is, to me, like the Trump put, I think, is there. We're in the midterms. It already looks like the Republicans are going to lose a lot of seats. We have inflation going higher. And so if you just think about it from a put perspective, we can't have a prolonged war for a bunch of different reasons, but the most important one is just like the U.S. economy does not have the tolerance for that. We need to have oil prices come down and not get embedded in the economy. And so I think the Trump put is there, but I do like to balance myself. Do the Iranians care about that? And to me, when it's like existential, their survival from a leadership perspective, I think that adds just like a wrinkle that's very hard to map out how this actually ends and what does that end actually look like.
That's true, right?
Yeah.
Although, I mean, let's be honest. You know, what is a, perhaps fair amount of resistance today by the Iranians may not be tomorrow. We'll have to see how this all plays out. Amid other reports that we've got more apparatus, both human and technological and physical, heading to that region.
Yeah, and if you do put boots on the ground, that extends the conflict, that extends the worry in the market, that extends the concerns of forever war, which I don't think is ever going to be on the table forever war. But, you know, you've got the backdrop then going to Michael Hartnett's note, which I disagree with. This is nothing like 07, 08. But there is an issue, there are headline risks, and by that I mean that why it's not 07, 08, because the banks are much better now, much better risk managers. They don't have those issues.
I think he's just looking at some of the trading patterns. Right. I don't think he's saying that this is another 08. Yeah. He's just looking at the way that, you know, oil had moved, how central banks had reacted. We do have meetings next week from not only ours, but European, the ECB. So he's just looking at the way that certain things have traded and different fallouts that have happened. He is not, I don't believe, suggesting we're in another pre-08 crisis position of that magnitude.
Right, but a lot of people read this the 07, 08, and that's the biggest fear. But what I'd say is that the headline risk is not just with the straight. The headline risk is when all these funds stop allowing redemptions. Now, if you fund redemption, with these guys, let's just do trading 101 here. You invest in a private credit fund, they then allocate that to loans. So theoretically, all their capital should be in loans, which are illiquid instruments. So when a redemption comes, they borrow money from a bank. You know, the hedge funds, that's what we do. You know, if somebody wants to take some money out, we're in positions. We're not selling, we're buying, we're borrowing until we're ready to sell. So the banks are not giving out that credit. So the headline risk is BlackRock. I'm not saying they'll do it, they will do it, very well capitalized. But a big name, a brand name like that says no more redemption private credit, then that's when things get really, really ugly.
Well, there is a view as well that the actual fundamentals of private credit are perhaps better than meets the eye. Better than what the overall narrative may suggest. Until they're not. Until they're, well, of course, with some exceptions.
Yes.
No, but there are always some.
No, but I mean, but there are so many private credit funds out there that it's just lunacy. When I say some, I'm comfortable with the big ones. I'm comfortable with the big firms because they have very, very mature risk management. But you've got so many. You know, how many emails do we all get? You know, let me fund your business, you know, today. So lots have done that. It's ubiquitous. That's the danger.
Take a look at, Joe, what's a very, very interesting market day as we've turned a bit. NASDAQ is now green, as is the Russell. So the Dow and the S&P obviously are well off their worst levels, and we're watching a number of different asset classes, from oil, of course, to the metals, et cetera. What are your thoughts here?
So I think you have to ask, what is the message in the price action that we're seeing today? And I truly believe that the market did a very efficient job in pricing in a premium over the last month for energy prices and for bonds, and for whatever reason, certainly equities were discounted over the last month. So that puts you in a position today where what could be perceived as a significant geopolitical shock that acts as a catalyst for a precipitous decline in risk assets is not unfolding, and we're kind of just back to where we were last week, understanding where the opportunities potentially might exist in the marketplace. I also think it's interesting that it is the Mag 7 that once again are coming to the rescue on a day like today. It is Apple, it is NVIDIA moving higher, it's Microsoft, it's Alphabet. So if there is ultimately an equity safe haven, those names once again prove themselves to be exactly that.
The commentary, Mike Santelli, I'll come to you here just to lean on you for a moment. Seems to be anything from briefly the markets will react, a geopolitical shock. You point out today in your original pitch of the day that these tend to be short-lived in terms of a market impact.
And I think everybody had 2 days to sort of absorb the history of this, and it's eventually, and often not very long after the event, a buying opportunity. Nobody even allowed much of a dip to occur this morning before essentially buying it. I always try to ask, you know, what do you think the market ought to reprice in response to
this kind of event. Brent crude going back to levels we saw last June was probably not going to radically alter the picture. As Joe mentioned, we have been sort of clenching up in advance of this. You had a 21 VIX going into the weekend when the S&P's been flattish. I do think it's, though, instructive to kind of see how the market's doing it today. More stocks are down than up. You actually have a mix of the sort of counter trend rallies in some mega cap tech, along with beaten up software and credit sensitive investment banks, along with the usual energy going up, defense stocks going up. So the market's doing what it's been doing for a very long time, which is selling one thing to buy another, and essentially rotating away from danger and keeping us in the range. So I don't think we have any kind of an all clear based on the issues we've been grappling with for a few weeks. But you also saw not much of an exacerbating factor coming from what happened over the weekend.
The new variable, of course, is energy, which is being discussed as well. As you see, Steph, both Brent and WTI rise substantially today. Wells Fargo declares the worst case scenario for the market would be an S&P 500 falling to 6,000 if, in fact, you do have a significant oil shock. If you have a prolonged closure, they talk about, of the Strait of Hormuz, that you could see oil above $100+ a barrel. And then, of course, that would mean something more significant for the equity market.
So first, I think it's pretty remarkable that we have thrown so much at this market. Venezuela, SCOTUS, AI, software, banks, the whole thing. And guess what? S&P 500 is flat on the year. And the equal weight is up 6% on the year. And it speaks to a resilient economy and also speaks to just really strong rotational action that we're seeing in a lot of different groups. And it's, and like you mentioned it, that there are a lot of groups that are participating today. There are plenty that aren't, but there are a lot. It's not just Mag 7, it's financials. It is energy, some materials, some software, but that's actually a very healthy sign in my mind. So still have a lot of unknowns. You asked about oil. Watch oil. I actually thought, Scott, that oil was going to be up $10 to $20 today, yesterday at this time, and up almost $5. I mean, of course, oil has rallied 19% year to date in expectation, but if we got another $10 or $20 upside in oil, that would be very problematic. The other interesting note is that the 10-year hit 392 yesterday. It's now at 404. So that's sort of kind of interesting to me too. Like, we're not seeing a massive panic.
Like the traditional safe haven run to bonds, and then you'd see yields fall. In fact, it's the opposite. Your points are well made.
And I would just say one last thing. Credit spreads. Credit spreads are okay. They're a little elevated, but they're nowhere near COVID, or they're nowhere near Liberation Day. So that, to me, seems like a pretty good outcome.
We'll have more just past the bottom of the hour on the fallout in the energy markets, the whole complex, when Mark Fisher joins us of MBF Trading. He, of course, such a great mind and a famed energy trader across the board. He'll join us with his insights and where he thinks all of that could be heading and how he is trading it. And we'll do that again just after 12:30. Jimmy, I guess a lot of this depends on how long this persists. The president, you just heard, suggests could be 4 to 5 weeks. We have the capability to go longer if we need to. I thought it was interesting that the president told CNN within the last hour that the, quote, big wave is yet to come. So, we're watching all of that, and that in some respects will dictate how these various asset classes move.
Yeah, and that creates a lot of uncertainty. I'm very pleased with how the markets have responded across the board today, whether it's equities, whether it's fixed income. Crude oil is honestly not that bad. Most importantly, the dollar has been stable. I thought that might be a referendum by the rest of the world on U.S. foreign policy, but it's basically flat. But 4 to 5 weeks for a military operation is a long time. This is not an overnight, over-the-weekend operation in Venezuela. This is not even Operation Midnight Hammer from June of last year. I think it was June of this summer when we bombed the nuclear facilities. And a lot can happen. The biggest wild card, I think, Iran is obviously trying to draw regional countries into the fray by attacking Qatar and United Arab Emirates. So far, they have been restrained in their responses, but you don't want to see this become a regional conflict. Right now, it's really just the U.S. and Israel against Iran. All of this being said, we have experienced over the last 4 years that really hot conflicts in places like Ukraine, Hamas, Lebanon, that these have not upset consumption here in the U.S. These have not upset capital expenditure plans here in the U.S., whether it's data centers or whether it's manufacturing onshoring. And a somewhat trivial point today, but would have been important if not for the weekend news, is the ISM Manufacturing Survey is nicely into expansion for the second month in a row, which indicates that there is very good economic strength here in the U.S., unlikely to be upset by the current events unless they get meaningfully worse.
Well, Joe, most or the commentary I read from this morning is a suggestion not to bail on the story. And the story is that there's enough to build on to keep the market moving higher once you get past the obvious volatility that comes from times of war. Julian Emanuel of Evercore says more earnings plus more volatility equals more upside. Delayed, not derailed. He raises his S&P earnings estimates. There's a couple of notes from Ed Yardeni today that I thought were particularly interesting. We wouldn't be surprised if any sell-off in the morning turns into a rally. That's one thing. And then he also goes further and says in our short war scenario, of course, who knows how long this will progress, oil prices should fall in the coming weeks after a ceasefire, boosting consumer spending, benefiting global economies. The weekend's Middle East developments make us even more confident in our roaring 2020 scenario.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more aligned with what Mike said before, where I don't think you have the all clear here. I think you just get the pass on, you don't break down because of the geopolitical shock. I think we continue to have what I characterize it as rotational volatility. That's been the story all year. It's not exit volatility. It's not like people are moving to the sidelines. So I think today it's just, all right, the geopolitical shock presents itself. We don't break down precipitously. You kind of go back to where you were. I don't know if I see us going very far on either side for the S&P 500 of unchanged. I think to Steph's point, the S&P equal weight, yes, that could carry itself higher. That seems to be where the leadership is so far year to date. But
Oh, you're up again? You fell asleep.
Mm-hmm.
This comeback is personal.
Man, you ever look at your woman and you just start to think to yourself like, damn, I gotta get rich. Cause it's like, man, splitting bills is cool, but it's like at some point, as a man, you want to be the one to take care of everything. At some point, like, you kind of have kids, man, that household ain't gonna be right if both parents going to work. The child gonna be neglected. The child gonna be getting raised by social media. You know what I'm saying? All type of weird stuff. You know, it's kind of like, man, it's kind of like a gift and a curse because it's like, man, you want your woman to work, you know, but at some point, man, if you're gonna have a family, somebody got to be at home taking care of kids. Somebody got to be there taking care of kids. You know, that just be my thoughts every day. Like, man, I got to get some money. I got to get some real money. Cause I want that traditional home where I put in the work and my wife is sitting there raising the kids, make sure the kids.
Get something in your belly before you get crazy.
Touching your girlfriend's boobs can literally help save your life, and that's not a joke. That's real. Shut the fuck up. What's up, nigga? You want to talk some shit? Call me. Talk some shit, bitch.
I want to speak to every generation that came after millennial right now because this is actually massively important. There's this new trend going around called voiceland, where basically like fitness and health content creators are now realizing that every single product in American grocery stores, right down to your cleaning.
What? Babe, I'm going out with my friends. Take care. Love you.
All right, have fun.
Really? That's it? Just like that?
What do you mean?
You're not going to try to stop me? You're not going to ask where, with who, what time I'll be back?
You said friends, I believe you.
Who's coming over?
No one. Fourth quarter just started.
You're just going to let me leave like that?
Yep. Have fun with your friends.
Okay, who's coming over?
Like I said, no one. Just me and this game.
Who? Fine. I'm watching the game with you.
Thought you had plans.
Not anymore.
Welcome to the team.
Search department has this new fund up.
You have to understand, sometimes.
Buddy, hey, stop. Getting your ushers. Don't get in his way.
Buddy, quiet. Buddy, calm down. Hey, buddy, buddy, buddy.
Who's ready to move some fucking weight? Remember what happened last time? We cleared the fucking runway. Else is making you nervous? Fuck GBS. Fuck up, everyone. Vincent's right. With no more roadblocks like GBS, we can operate like we normally do. That's all promise right now to stop overthinking.
Teddy, get down from there. Teddy, get down.
Pleasure doing business.
I'll be in touch.
Oh, baby, gotta get out of the
I
game.
told you, fuckers. Ordering my mom is fast, my nigga. I'll get that.
Who are these bitches, Mordecai?
Download Flashloop and use my code POPS to get free credits and make your own episode.
You're in the game, Chanel. You're in the game. Babe,
Hmm?
I need to get out of the game.
Photograph.
The game loading. The game is loading.
I know, but you're not even playing.
Yeah, but I can still be in the game.
You're gonna kill me.
Mm-hmm. Because I am in the game. I'm sitting out.
I know, but they're gonna throw me with duos.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Like teenage. When you say teenage, how old are you talking? What in the back? Like teenage. When you say teenage, how old are you talking? What?
No, you leave him alone. Go over there, Chanel. Go over there. Hey, you're doing pretty good. No? Dude, this is how you're gonna get. You don't want it?
But the new Adobe Studio gives me
Buddy, be quiet. Just eat your food.
and so many times.
Chanel, be quiet. You lucky you got anything.
saving my life.
Thank you so much for tipping me today. People usually don't do that. Okay, I'm gonna go back to work. Bye.
Who sent you that?
Thank you. Your letting.
Oh shit. You didn't tell me I was in the game, babe. What the hell? Where am I? Oh.
Somebody needs to hear this. A man who is constantly listening, constantly watching porn, constantly chasing after women, and just cannot control his impulses is not just an undisciplined man. He is also energetically drained. A man without discipline leaves his life force energy at home. And when you are attached to this energy, you will lose it. A disciplined man is different. He protects his mind, he protects his body, he protects his energy. He trains, he nourishes himself, he builds himself. That kind of man doesn't waste his power on lust. Please stop normalizing undisciplined men. A woman who values her energy does not waste her time.
Thanks, everyone. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, free time. Damn, I can't stand it, though. I cannot stand his ass. He know it. But look, he gonna come up here and start conversation. What's up, baby? How you doing? You alright? Yeah, I'm doing alright. How about yourself? Man, ain't nothing to it. It's just, hey, we throwing shit to the wall trying to see what stick, baby. We ain't got shit going on. That's good to hear, man. How's your mom doing? Man, my mama, she doing good, man. She came down Resurrection Sunday this weekend.
It's just off of the feed.
Huh?
It's off of the menu.
Are you telling me that Donald Trump had Thanksgiving dinner with Jeffrey Epstein and he was the president?
What is this for? Look. More heavy what? The hell is this?
Oh, that's a no good over there. Where'd you go at? Good name. Good name. Good. Good. Good name. Good name. Good. Good.
What the hell? What is this?
It's no good.
Okay. Yeah. What the hell? What is this? Where am I? Oh, no? Again? What are you doing?
Trying to refill it wrong.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
Oh, shit. Okay, you said that.
You say I fell asleep. You see me sleeping?
Yes, take a picture.
Where?
Yes. You don't believe me? You didn't fall asleep?
Hey, what was you doing?
What was I doing? Playing. But I wasn't out in the bathroom.
You said what?
So fast. Hold on. Send me a picture and call it back. It's adorable. Yeah, like here. Look at this. Look at this. Now look at this. Now look at this. Look. Now look at your girlfriend.
Hey, what was you at?
I was going to go pee pee. I was on my way over here to go pee. That's when I was going.
Not yet. I said not yet.
Who's that?
With
Oh, that's who you're texting? Is this full time?
this whole time.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, that's how you know when you go to text.
You're always on your phone.
My homeboy.
Hey.
What?
Trying to clean his eye. Have to clean your eye. No. You're gonna hurt yourself, silly. Okay. No. If you're gonna bite me, you're not gonna get me. I'm trying to help you. Oh, the gossip must be hella good.
I'm watching the video that I sent you.
Huh?
I'm watching the video that I sent you.
Yeah.
Don't marry an emotionally intelligent man if you are not ready to hear the truth about yourself.
No, 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 no. There is no speed. I'm Stefan. Stefan, okay.
Never true.
Okay, this is how you look when you choose not to respect a man that you chose. You chose him, but you can't listen to a word he says. You don't trust his tone and his guidance. You're stupid.
Oh yeah.
That's not even cute. That's not cute. I know he said terrible mistakes, but he should sue. Tell me about it. So can I have the $50? What about your overtime? How about 25? If you ever smell it, I'm gonna start killing all of your friends here.
Do you think that I'm fucking playing? I saw you with it. I saw you and the Tommy playing with Sam.
My toys were mine, and they were playing with my beast of me. And they were not mine. My child, my only son. You're not listening alive. If you want to be alive with me, go fight it out. Be the hero I need. For me. I knew. Liberty, I knew it. I gotta get.
You have cancer, Andy. When we reveal ourselves to be alive to humans, they contract cancer. You got cancer, Andy. Did you ever wonder where Sid went?
Mostly. He moved to heaven, Andy. He got cancer and died.
I know that you just found out that you have cancer, but it feels so nice being able to talk to you finally.
Why would you do this?
I don't want to, Andy, but you forced my hand. I had to look out for my partners. It's like looking into the face of an angel, Andy. It's too much for humans.
Don't come back from me, Freddy. Swear to God, if you grab me, I'm gonna bite the fuck out you. Gonna let me go. I'm a dog. You grab me, I'm gonna bite you. I swear to God, if you grab me, I'm gonna bite the fuck out you. Gonna let me go.
You sure you can handle me? Better question. Can you handle me?
All right, let's load him in. What happened? OIA, orgasm-induced aneurysm. Poor guy's slept with someone out of his league. Ah. Billy, Billy, my nigga. Ah. Billy, Billy, my nigga. Ah. English. Oh, stop ruining, stop drinking, stop smoking. That shit is clouding your motherfucking higher self. It is clouding you and stopping you from becoming who you are meant to be, nigga. It's stopping you. You will never reach your highest self if you keep drinking. You will never reach. Not a website response. You can read the actual blog on the website.
Reverse curse technique.
Oh, you're partying? Start with your spray. Oh, yeah, this thing out was tripping on me.
What way?
Not any girl I knew. The R1 is on it. Get it. Or the other one does work too, though. There's another one.
That's the name of the speaker. But it's the still had a new design still. It is the listen. It's this kind of immigrant because it's gray and black color one. Yes. This anywhere has
What, Teddy? What are you complaining about? What? What are you complaining about? What?
Okay. Do you guys want to check some new arrival? Do you guys want to check some new arrival unboxing? It is the new design. Once it came out. It's very similar color with the pink color right here. It's the and any friend just come back if you haven't still done. This is also top quality one. The price is $300. $300. Very cute. Let's see the inside. Let's make it comes together. And let's see this one, the details. This catalog is like 99% same with the real one again. Of course, this kind of stitching. So check the detail. You can touch this one. The feeling, maybe you see from you cannot feel it, right? If you touch it in person, you can feel the quality. Yeah, it's definitely different quality when it comes to yes. Actually, if you are looking for
Yeah, something about it.
show you that this feel with the top quality. Okay. This is just $300. Just $300. Let's see. We cross budget. If you guys have the any alphabet, the genius ones, any logo, the detail stitching for the same. Perfect, right? This one anything, just $300. Welcome. And right now I'm not busy. If you don't want to check one stuff, do you have the top quality in sneaker? Set. You know what kind of sneaker? Sure, you can check. Yes. You see how the top quality one is. First, the number 9. Okay, number 9. Number 9 is the and let's see this one.
Don't tell Montel, hit that la 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 la, oh well. It makes me smell sticky. The green in my green room sure smell sticky. I smoke weed to the mainframe. Let the blue from between my two lips. I got the blood stain sensitive. How I am to rape victims. Roll two joints, then I lift them crazy. Bitches wanna get with me. One bitch, three bitch, with me. Four bitch, slave bitch, knocking at my door. Old bitch, the one with the beatings. Sylvia Ryan with psychic readings. Don't tell, run, tell, hit that la 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 la. Oh well, stacking money by the millions. A bird, it's a plane, it's mine, tell trillions. It's nothing, don't tell, run, tell, hit that la 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 la. Oh well, beefing to me smells sticky. The green in my green room sure smells sticky. Please, yeah.
Whoever loves me, raise your hand. Whoever loves me, raise your hand.
Don't touch it before I do.
You need to get out of my mama house, punk. Take your ass to your room and watch your fucking mouth. Mama, I know you hear me. Mama, I want some chicken nuggets.
You keep this shit up and you're gonna end up being a spare key.
You're always in there hunching. I heard clapping sounds.
Mind your business. We was listening to music and I was clapping my hands too.
Y'all got this room smelling like booty, and you need to stop eating my shit, or I'm telling my daddy you was over here again.
Snitch all you want, little nigga. Just know I'll be back again. Clapping your mama. Fuck wrong with your fuck?
Sounds like, be careful. She's a real one. She's probably crazy.
But I'm not the right kind of monster for you.
You know who you are. It's for the shoes. They doesn't hurt me, but they kill people.
Sorry, kill. I don't care. I've killed people before. Trying to reach out to you all day. If you see my dick, then grab my dick.
Yeah. Well, that's a nice big ass. Which one is gonna come home with daddy? Which one are you gonna come home with daddy? You have some fucking sexy. Oh, don't act like a tough guy. I know you said you were in pink. What are your pronouns? It's my turn. You ain't her. I can see the dick prints on the both of you. What? If you see my dick, describe my dick. Describe my dick. You're so lucky I'll stop you like a fucking cow. Watch your dirty mouth. You come around the corner, I'll be you know what? I'm about to suck his little pussy here. You're on my dick. I'm about to suck your little pussy dry. Yeah, you're a little mouth. Okay? Smell it from here. My dad told me to take. You're just a fucking asshole. Like, what are you ruining my vibe? You're such an asshole. This motherfucker out here. No, because I like her. I don't like this ratchet one getting all crazy. Listen, don't text me. He's still in here. Do you think I love this? You smack your down my type. Yeah, he made my sister pissed off. You made her pissed off. I'm sorry, you're woman, right? Yeah. Come on. Are you okay? Are you serious? He literally came here. He said slide me and he's still in here right now. I mean, who's keeping you off right now? I should grab both of your dicks. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wrap my dick around both you little fuckers next time I hate you little fuckers. I'm gonna hate you too. Why am I getting tipped off right now? Why the fuck is there a camera in here? Is this your little fucking boyfriend? You guys fucking each other? Get out of this store. That's what he just said. Yeah. What? Tell me that. What did he? Are you guys fucking or something? Oh my god. I think that
Black people, I think they're all ugly and have nothing in common with them. I'm different from African Americans because I'm black. My figure's just like Kim Kardashian. She's a wonderful role model. I act and I think like a white person instead of a black person. I believe that I'm completely and utterly better than them. Like we're on two different levels. Like okay, African Americans are here. I'm here. White people act and think just way more mature than African Americans. Black people they think in a criminal sense. When I think about African Americans.
You just told me which color you prefer. Okay. White colorful one. Purple one. Master quality, $20 for one pair. And if you right now you can got $20 for one. So yeah, final price $180 for one pair. Master quality smaller brown lines. Blue bottom one. And this one. The black inside. Okay. The sneaker. And then this one. The pure black color one. Negative one. And this page is show all this is normal one.
To break this episode down, but this was a life lesson. Okay, check this out. This is where he fucked up at. Right here is the reason that he fucked up. So many times he said, I don't know why he would tell him that this is exactly where he fucked up at. Got the breakfast and bag whole layout.
And this one, the master price, we got it. The master quality price for this one,
Dragging it. Spoon feeding his grown ass, his grown, broke ass, unemployed ass.
After discount.
Keep that in mind that he said that.
Yummy. Yummy. Are you still writing?
Look. He's been there one day. Massaging the feet, polishing the moldy. Look, living a life. I don't even know what that's about. Right? Like, never in life.
NYBB 210. And if you open up your number is that.
Okay, whatever you say. What's now?
You're a new friends, right? Every new friends. This and the prices, discount price $200 for master quality. If you want to place order, you just remember $200. You just remember $200. And then if you want to order one, and place order right here. What are you watching, dude?
SpongeBob video.
You're so entertaining. You want to go to the party? Hello?
No.
No? I want to go after this kid. I want to go. Yes. Right here. You just choose the price I tell you. Like a product, for example, you want this one. The final price is $200. You just choose $200 and pay for it. Yes. Okay. Now open the machine. Wait for a second.
I made about two. That's no, 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 no. Don't even say that. I'm almost 300. You weigh 290. That was long. That was fine. Probably like 3 pounds.
Plastic niggas, racist niggas, mystery niggas, psycho niggas, dog niggas, Jewish niggas.
Damn, this fucking remote is lagging. I need a new remote. Damn. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. What the hell?
Oh, yeah, right. It's hilarious.
Does anybody else's dog scare you? When you wake up to see like my dog be acting like he done went through my phone, bought some shit, got a whole attitude lately. Like what did I do? What a jerk. Does anybody else's dog scare you while you sleep? And when you wake up, this is what you see in the morning. Like my dog be acting like he done went through my phone, bought some shit, got a whole attitude.
See, that's how you look. You're acting like a dog. That's what I wake up to. For these questions. No more.
Does anybody else's dog scare you?
Oh my gosh, guess what just happened? Guess what just happened? Okay, so I'm on Instagram, right? And open my DM to my guy friend Joe. Remember Joe? Remember? Right. He was talking about that way to eat my butt while I saw it. Yeah, he said he's been waiting to eat my butt while I saw it ever since then. Like, that's so crazy. Like, should I block him? Like, what? Should I block him? Or, like, what? Like, I'm not trying to be, like, rude. Like, would it be rude if I blocked him? Because he said eat it, but he didn't say devour it. Like,
Oh, hell no.
I was thinking too far. I blocked him, or, like, I feel like since it's that hot sauce, that might be something.
What the hell is this? That's freaky. Ew. That's nasty. Not cute. Oh, that wasn't okay.
But you can't hear from me right here.
Actually, I saw my truck, and then I had the airplane ticket immediately before I came around, you know, and be there, you know.
You said no with an attitude. Well, yeah.
You want to get scared? So what would you do with a $5 million recording contract? What's the first thing you would buy?
A truck.
We're gonna go straight to the second.
Other stuff.
All you gotta do is make $200 a day to keep the job away.
That's basically anything on there. It's actually ridiculous. Who told you to treat trading like it was a job? See, this is the problem. Guys have been indoctrinated to keep a poverty mindset going into an industry that is rewarding. Do you really think that you can make salary on the charts? No, you cannot. You're gonna have winning days. You're gonna have losing days. You can't just make $100 every single day. You can't make any amount of money on the charts every single day. What it's about is changing your mindset from a dollar sign perspective to a percentage based perspective. Now let me break this down for you guys so that you can understand. Because they will tell you to focus on making a certain amount of money every single day. And that's never been the goal. What you need to focus on is percentage. This will allow you to be an emotionless trader as well. Why do I say that? And this goes into the whole concept of people thinking that trading a demo account is different than trading a live account. Because people don't know what they're talking about. If I have $1,000 account and we're talking about real money, and I'm risking 5% of that account, all I'm doing is risking $50. If I'm going for a 1 to 2 risk to reward, that means I'm risking $50 to make $100. There's no emotion in it. I'm risking 5% of my account. It's $50. I'm not going to feel any type of way if I'm comfortable risking 5%. Now, if I have a $100,000 account and I'm risking $5,000 per trade to make potentially $10,000 at a 1 to 2 risk to reward, why would I start feeling emotions now? Because, oh my gosh, it's 5,000. I'm not used to making $5,000 in a single month. Now I'm doing a single trade. This is your problem. You don't have the proper money mindset. You're still attached to money because you haven't left your comfort zone. You shouldn't feel any emotion risking 5% of 100,000. If you didn't feel any emotion risking 5% of that 1,000, if that's what you were comfortable with, you have to start looking at it as percentages. And a lot of you guys will get online and be like, oh my gosh, this person made $10,000 today trading. They're doing so much better than me. Yet they have $1 million account. They only made 1%. But you have a $5,000 account. You made $500 today. You made 10%. You made 10 times what they made, percentage-wise, but you think you made less. Guys, change.
Lady, stop. Lady, stop. Right.
Stop playing, man.
TPC the boots and shoe factories master quality. So most of the $40. I'm pretty sure yes. Branson know a lot. Yeah. Sometimes I just tell you get order one at $20, but actually all our master quality shoes we also have that kind of promotion, okay? Because the shoes is similar price with our master quality bag. And for YSL bag, do you understand the Nike bag? Have different price in different size. So if you want the size, the price will be $260. What color we got? Okay, yeah, let me show you. Emily Toya, you want matching shoes or you want the bag and shoes? You can tell me. Toya.
Babe, are you in the market, babe?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the room, watch TV,
Let's
and
go.
then lay down. So you have to go fix that clothes in there. That hamper that I don't know why you just threw on top of the bed. And then all the clothes fell out of it on the bed.
This I remember is called LE5A7. Yeah, of course, Toya. Do you know our WA number? You send to our WA and then tap Lily. My name is Lily. Because sometimes we have so many messages. You send a message and then tap Lily and then which one is you?
Oh, shit.
Gray color. You prefer which color? My dear Aki. All this blue color is available. And my dear Toya, after you send me the picture, call me, or you can just tap Lily to our WA and then know that which one is you. Then we'll confirm with you the price or whether we have it. For what that, do you want me to show you others? Maybe Aki. For that, we have many options. Just like sometimes we only have those sample pieces in large channel. We have many other options. You can just tell me the more detailed name, like the YYK. Or this one, the LE5A7. Okay. Or the Nikki. Like this kind of Nikki. And Nikki is very cute. And then Nikki shopping bag. Okay. All this bill we have.
Oh my goodness.